It's now 9 o'clock and it's time to call the meeting to order. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting, which is live at www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting. Sign-ups were available until 5 p.m. Central Time yesterday. Members of the public will speak under agenda item number 5, and those members of the public joining remotely will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is their turn to speak. Please note that this meeting will be recorded and is being recorded, and the recording will be made available to the public. State Bar Executive Director Trey Apfel will now call roll.
Director Addy. Director Benish.
Here.
Judge Brown.
Here.
Director Browning.
Here.
Judge Bullard.
Here.
Director Cantu. Director Cavazos.
Here.
Director Charbonnet.
Here.
Director Cherry has an excused absence. Director Chiscano.
Here.
Director Cochran. Director Courageous.
Happy birthday, Rudy.
Director Culpepper has an excused absence. Director Gomez. Director Grodidier.
Here.
Director Harris. Director Harrison. Director Hicks. Director Hill. Director Huddleston. Director Castle. Director Kegg. Director Kugler. Senior Justice Learman. Director Linehan. Director Locke. Director Martinez. Director Masri.
Howdy.
Judge McClure. Director Mateer.
I heard that howdy. Both of them. Thank you, David.
Judge Miller. Director Morales. Director Wynn. Director Nicholson. Director Tony Wynn. Director Nicholson. Director Perez. Judge Pineda. Director Popov. Director Pratt. Director Quadros. Director Rod. Director Sloan. Director Spaniel has an excused absence. Director Stafford.
Here.
Director Stelly. Director Tabuada. Director Thiagu-Rajan. Director Tisdale. Director Tobin. Director Vargas. Director Vasquez. Director Venzor. Director Voss. Director Weinstein. Director Wooten. Director Work. Director Rampelmeyer. Director Michael Wynn. Justice Young is here. We have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. And now we please call Director Brandy Wingate Voss to deliver the invocation.
Thank you. If you choose, please join me in a prayer to the higher power of your choosing. I'm going to read the lawyer's prayer. We pray that in the pursuit of justice that we may be trustworthy of confidences, keen in study, accurate in analysis, correct in conclusion, able in argument, loyal to clients, honest with all, courteous to adversaries, ever attentive to conscience. Sit with us at our desks and listen with us to our clients' tales. Read with us in our libraries and stand always beside us so that today we shall not, to win a point, lose our souls. Pray for us and with us that our families may find in us what your family found in you, friendship and courage, cheerfulness and charity, diligence and duties, counsel in adversity, patience in pain. They're good servants, but yours first. Amen.
Thank you, Director Voss. We now call Director Carlo Tabuada to lead the board in the pledges to the U.S. and Texas flags. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. honor of the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you, Director Tawada. At this time, we would like to welcome any members of the public who have signed up to speak. Any member of the public joining us in person who wishes to speak should sign a blue sign-in card like this one and return it to the staff. If there is a specific topic of discussion or agenda item you would like to speak on, please list that on the card. If any member of the public have signed up to speak remotely, you will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is your time to speak, and I'll address you to indicate when you may begin. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak, and we will notify you when your time is complete. We have Stormy Hayes that is signed up to speak. You have 3 minutes, Ms. Hayes.
I'm here yet again because we have a mafia of dirty attorneys. I have enough for easily a federal investigation with multiple cases. I had one person who was involved in an Enron case, compare it to that. It is that big. They've tried finding dirt on me for 16 years. I'm one of the most credible people you will ever see, and I don't have a problem testifying, taking a lie detector test, or anything else. What I have had is massive amounts of evidence stolen by some of those attorneys by proxy. We're talking gang stalking, wiretapping, witness intimidation. The list goes on. I've had my mail tampered with. I've had emails deleted. I've had my health impaired because of it. I've been drugged. I've had my medical care, my medical records stolen. And anytime you see some of these data breaches, I can guarantee you I'm connected to some of them, especially like these most recent with the Health and Human Services, because I had signed up for disability, and I'm on food stamps because of it all. And that's when it all started there. I told my attorney, I said, something is going on. He said, I can assure you, they cannot tamper with this. Guess what? I read yesterday that it was. And there are attorneys trying to keep their licenses because of how big this is. I can't make this up on my best day. No victim of domestic violence would ever make something up like this. I couldn't. My ex-sister-in-law told me I stole her story. Well, guess what? I married into a crime family without even knowing it because they used the church to cover it all up. And when you've got divorce attorneys stealing evidence, trying to keep a person out of jail that should be there, like Hunter Biden. My ex-husband is the Hunter Biden of Texas. And attorneys are risking their law licenses for judicial appointments. And I called it the last time. We're talking 3 quid pro quos, 2 of them by Rick Perry and 1 by Greg Abbott. What does it involve? Donors, elections, and judicial appointments. I can't make this stuff up on my best day. I started writing that about a year ago. The attorneys involved. I was injured, so pardon if there's some typos and repeat on a few things. Didn't have time to go through it. I've been assaulted by 2 law enforcement officers, and then the case was dropped because they didn't have anything. It was a cover-up and trying to injure me, injure my neck, obstruction of justice after I filed an appeal last February.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Hayes, and thank you for sharing that with this board. Joyce Ruiz is on by Zoom. We will now hear from Joyce Ruiz.
Hello, yes, thank you for your time today. God bless each and every one of you. My name is Joyce Ruiz, and I first want to just give God glory. Isaiah 61:8 says that the Lord love justice. I hate robbery and wrongdoing. My husband, Ronnie Ruiz, and I own 50% of Harmon's Barbecue in Cibolo, Texas. Under this Texas state code, the business falls under community property. Unfortunately, Ronnie passed in 2013. I was partner in Raymond Harmon, the only other partner. Um, I was sharing profit and loss, working there, unknown to me, Harmon filed a fraudulent DBA with the county clerk of Guadalupe 5 weeks after my husband Ronnie passed as a sole proprietor. I was never bought out nor made an offer. Harmon breached our agreement in 2015, and I discovered fraud later. The law under Texas Civil Practice Remedy Code 16.004 gives someone up to 4 years to file a claim from the cause of action. We filed a complaint with my then attorneys, Bethune and Wright, May 2018, and a tolling agreement, which was unknown to me, signed in 2017. The lawyers were making deals behind my back to meet the statute of limitations. We wanted to make sure the statute of limitations was not missed. However, about 4 years after, until this case, the defendants, Winslow and Fisher, filed joint motion summary judgment, and the judge signed it over, removing all my claims. How is that possible? I've had three separate law firms that my children I've hired, and how is this possible for them to be so negligent, or is this a court error? Robert Calano, the landlord, comes in, says he's a partner in the business, not on any government filings. The CPA for our business, Joe Catan, says no, he's not a partner. The IRS, state comptroller records, and DBAs agree with this. Guys, today, I want to tell you that state and federal laws are being violated in my case. Judges are doing certain things that they shouldn't, and staff. This is illegal. I should still be able to receive portions of my profits according to Texas Business Organization Code, Section 152, and the IRC codes. Federal law 736 says I have a right to see books past my husband's passing. And also, Judge Veronica Vasquez has been aware of this and is not acting according to the law. Why is the court allowing the landlords to participate with this sort of thing? This is fraud on the court. They are defrauding the court. And also the lawyers lied and recently filed something for sanctions against me for discovery, where saying that I had arguments, there was a hearing. I have been not denied my due process. There was no hearing, there was no arguments, there was no evidence presented. I have witness testimony. I have been illegally sanctioned by this court due to these lawyers that have lied because of my IRS records that were given to me. I rightfully have the right to have these. We need to put an end to this injustice and the corruption that is going on in the court, and these lawyers that are not being truthful, that are being dishonest, that are taking advantage of pro se litigants, a widow like me and my children. If you do not hold these lawyers accountable, they will continue to lie. Isaiah 61:8 says, the Lord loves justice, guys. Please help us to end this.
Opportunity to hear you and for you to present to this board. Your 3 minutes has expired. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I believe we've now heard from every member of the public who signed up to speak, and the public comment period is now closed. No member of the public has signed up to speak after the one that we've heard and the one we've heard on Zoom. During the remainder of the meeting, if there's a board member or a staff who wish to speak, please approach the microphone and I'll let you know when it's your turn to speak. At this time, we need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items. Okay. Before we take that vote, if there's any director who wishes to remove any item from the consent agenda to be placed on the regular agenda, please speak now. Hearing no request for modification of the consent agenda, we now move to approve, or we move for a vote on the approval of the consent agenda. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I'm now going to call on President Steve Benish for the presentation of resolutions.
Morning, everybody. Okay, that was robust. That was good. Welcome to Austin, and what a beautiful, crisp morning it is. Thank you all so much for being here with us in the capital city. This next part of the presentation of the board meeting, I have been looking forward to all week. It is not just it is our great pleasure of presenting resolutions to two deserving individuals who are prominent members not just of the legal community here in Austin, but of the community at large. Our first recipient this morning is Bruce Bauer. And Mr. Bauer, I'm going to ask you to come up and stand right here, and I'm going to say a little bit about you, and then I'm going to come around the front, and we're going to take a picture together behind, with the seal behind us. I had to pick a spot where no one was sitting, and that's a good one right there. Bruce Bauer, right there, and if you wouldn't mind facing the board, thank you. Bruce P. Bauer is a 35-year member of the State Bar of Texas, a member of the Texas Bar College, and a fellow of the Austin Bar Foundation. He received his Juris Doctor degree from the University of Notre Dame. We're not talking about national championship games. And in 1989, joined the Texas Legal Services Center in Austin, a nonprofit organization that provides legal services and education to low-income Texans across the state. Mr. Bauer has served Texans in need of legal aid for more than 3 decades, including as Deputy Director of the Texas Legal Services Center. In 1989, he helped create the Legal Hotline for Older Texans, which has helped tens of thousands of senior citizens and Medicare beneficiaries since its creation, since its inception. In 2013, he received the Noble Award from the State Bar of Texas Poverty Law Section, which is given for a lifetime of public service in promoting poverty law as a noble profession and significant lifetime professional accomplishments in expanding the provision of high-quality legal services to people of modest means. In 2020, the Poverty Law Section created the Bruce Bauer Justice Grant, which the section awards to organizations that are seeking to improve access to justice. Further, in 2022, Mr. Bauer received the Emily C. Jones Lifetime Achievement Award from the Texas Access to Justice Commission for his more than 30 years of working to help elderly and disabled Texans overcome their legal problems, and for his efforts that produced a new chapter in the Texas Family Code and amendments to the Texas Estates Code, which protect and serve vulnerable Texans. So today, the State Bar of Texas is greatly appreciative of the opportunity to honor Bruce P. Bauer with this resolution for his outstanding efforts on behalf of the people of Texas, his dedication to the Austin community, and his unwavering commitment to the legal profession as a whole. Would you join me in honoring Mr. Bauer?
I just want to say, first of all, I thank my family who's been with me and just watching today. It's been an honor of my life to be a member of the State Bar of Texas and to have the opportunities to serve as I've had. Right now, I'm helping the Texas Access to Justice Commission that is chaired by Harriet Myers, and there is no more incredible champion for access to justice in the United States than Harriet Myers. So thank you very, very much. This means the world to me. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. What a servant leader who uses his time at the mic to honor someone else. That speaks well. Our second recipient is retired former Judge Laura Livingston. Judge Livingston, if you wouldn't mind coming up and joining me here.
Judge Laura P. Livingston is a 41-year member of the State Bar of Texas, began at age 6, and received her Juris Doctor degree from UCLA School of Law. She began her legal career as a Reginald Heber Smith Community Fellow assigned to the Texas Legal Aid Society of Central Texas in Austin, and later entered private practice in family law as an associate at the law firm of Joel B. Bennett PC, and then as a partner at Livingston and Parr. Judge Livingston was appointed Associate Judge of the District Courts of Travis County in 1995 and was elected Judge of Texas's 261st District Court in 1999, becoming the first African American to serve as a district judge in Travis County. Judge Livingston was chosen by colleagues to serve as the local administrative judge, that's kind of our chief judge, for the Travis County Courts in 2011, a position she held for 9 years, in which she oversaw the design and construction of the new Travis County Civil and Family Courts facility. She retired from the bench in 2022 and serves as a senior judge. But she didn't really retire, because Judge Livingston has served on the boards of the State Bar of Texas Judicial Section, the Texas Center for the Judiciary, the Texas Access to Justice Foundation, and the Texas Access to Justice Commission, including serving as the latter's interim director. She is the Texas State Delegate to the House of Delegates of the American Bar Association and has served on many ABA standing committees. She has also been active in the Austin Bar Association, the Austin Black Lawyers Association, the Travis County Women Lawyers Association. In addition, Judge Livingston has served on the boards of Volunteer Legal Services and was instrumental in the establishment of the Travis County Self-Help Center for Self-Represented Litigants. Today, the State Bar of Texas, it is our immense honor to honor you, Judge Laura J. Livingston, with this resolution for your outstanding efforts on behalf of the people of Texas, your dedication to the Austin community, and your unwavering commitment to the legal profession as a whole. Would you join me in honoring Judge Livingston?
Thank you so much to everyone at the State Bar and to those watching on Zoom. I loved how Bruce honored our champion, Harriet Myers, but what you should remember is that the champion can't win without the soldiers, and Bruce leads the charge as the #1 lieutenant on the field. So congratulations, Mr. Bauer, my friend. I just want to thank all of you. It is a joy to be able to go to work every day doing something that you love to do. And so when people talk about a labor of love, as a kid, I never really understood what that meant. But I really do now, because as we labor in the fields around access to justice to try to improve access for those that don't otherwise have access or don't have good quality legal representation or don't get good legal advice or good legal information, that is the work of those of us working in this area of access to justice. And it is absolutely a labor, because sometimes we fight against barriers to access. But it is a labor of love, because it is joyful for us to wake up every morning excited about going to work, doing something good for someone else in need. So keep that in mind as you do your work today and always. It's those people that don't have it, that need it, that we can benefit, and we should do everything in our power to make sure that all of us have access to justice. I'm grateful for this resolution, and I'm grateful for your service to our state. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you, President Benish, and congratulations to our resolution recipients. To clarify the consent agenda, the motion was made by Director Cochran and seconded by Director Voss. Housekeeping items. Board effect, perhaps you've heard of it. Please remember that board effect is our primary form of communicating important information to the board. Please make sure you respond to your notices. Please make sure you respond to your notices there. And that, oh, did I mention please respond to your notices? And that your contact information is correct and current so that we know that you're receiving the notices. Texas Bar emails. Members of the board have received a texasbar.com email address. You should have filled out a survey to indicate whether you wanted all correspondence sent to the Texas Bar email address or just CC'd to that address. In any case, please make sure you know how to access your State Bar email account. If you need assistance, please contact Jennifer or Tammy. Communications. Please remember that part of your role as a director is communicating with local bars and other organizations in your district or in your area about State Bar resources, initiatives, and services. 2 CLE accredited presentations are available for directors to present. They're quite good. I've used them on many occasions. There's a 1-hour update covering all State Bar operations, and there's a half-hour update, bless you, primarily covering member benefits. As soon as you schedule a district presentation to your local bar association or to wherever, please inform Lowell Brown. It's important that you coordinate with him so we can have a record of your presentation. Also, he's your source for the most updated PowerPoint slides. My report asks if there's any director comments. And I know that there's one comment at this time from Director Sloan. So Director Sloan, you're recognized for 2 minutes to give your comments about presentations.
Thank you, Chairman Stafford. I just want to echo what Chairman Stafford has said. I want you to know and I want to report that even the densest denizens in Deep East Texas become enlightened by listening to Lowell Brown's PowerPoint. And even I, as challenged as I am in operating a computer, can stand up in front of a group and press a button and go through the slides in Lowell Brown and his band of renown's slide deck. People, now let me tell you, no one is going to call you and say, would you please come present to our group and tell us about the latest benefits of the bar. It's just not going to happen. But if you tell them, look, I can tell you of a way that your members can pay for the dues that you pay to the state bar, and I can tell you of a way that you can sit and eat a chicken fried steak with cream gravy and get an hour of ethics credit, and there might even be a judge or two there, you're going to have people show up despite the fact that it's you that's presenting the program. So please, please, bug them. Don't just do it once. I've got my legal assistant calling people regularly. Let John come speak. His feelings are getting hurt. Please let him come speak. So thank you, and that was less than 2 minutes.
Well done. And now to the announcement of candidates for the 2025-2026 chair of the board. It's been an illustrious 6 months. Thank you. The following 6 directors are candidates for 2025-2026 chair. Brittany E. Harrison of Dallas, Christina N. Castle of Dallas, Rudolph K. Mateer of Austin, Rosalind V. O. Perez of Victoria, Shannon A.S. Quadros of Houston, and Michael J. Wynn of Houston. Each candidate will now address the board in alphabetical order up to 5 minutes. each. If you don't want to use your 5 minutes, I don't think you're going to hurt people's feelings if you don't use the full time. And now we will have comments from Brittany E. Harrison of Dallas, up to 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this esteemed board and to ask for your support in running for chair of the board. I am honored to run alongside my 5 classmates, and regardless of the outcome, I know this board will be in great hands. I know many of you, but for those who may not know me well, here's a little bit about me. I'm a wife, a bonus mom, an aunt, and a godmother. I love mentoring young attorneys and future attorneys. I'm a natural listener and a problem solver. I practice family law in Dallas, Texas, but I was born and raised right here in Austin. I began my law practice here and started my bar service almost immediately upon becoming licensed in 2010. I had the pleasure of serving under leadership of several of the Austin directors actually sitting in this room, and I learned so much from each of them. For me, bar service is what kept me in this profession. I was extremely unhappy in my first job, and I really began doubting myself and whether this profession was actually right for me. Through my bar service with the Austin Young Lawyers Association Board, I connected with the person that would help me enter the world of family law, and I truly found my calling. For that, I am forever grateful. This is my 5th year on this board. My first 3 years were 2019 through 22, when I was the TYLA president. As I'm sure you all remember, those were some trying times. We had lawsuits attacking our ability to self-govern, and there was discourse within the profession as well as within our nation. And let's not forget the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced my TYLA presidential year in 2020 to be completely virtual. In a time that many might have given up, I witnessed our bar leadership navigate these unprecedented times with grace and professionalism and bring a board together despite forces trying to tear us apart. This board and our profession came out on the other side stronger and with new perspectives. Witnessing and serving during those times solidified my desire to want to serve as chair. Bar service has given me so much, and serving as chair would give me the opportunity to give back. I'm qualified to serve in the role of chair in part due to my experience that I've gained from serving on this board over these past 2 terms, but also from my various leadership positions at the local and state level. I know how to lead, but I also know when it's prudent to take a supporting role as a facilitator, a listener, and a unifier. If elected, I will strive to carry out the mission of the State Bar and also protect our ability to self-govern. I will facilitate robust and civil discussions at our meetings, welcoming the opinions and voices of our board members, the members of our profession, and the general public. I will seek out ways to improve efficiency at the meetings and ensure everyone feels valued and supported while serving on this board. I will become an even more versed in Robert's Rules of Order and strive to continue the excellence of those before me. I also truly understand that representation matters. I want to serve as an example to those in the profession who may look like me or may have had similar struggles and let them know that they have a place in this profession and that they all bring value. In closing, I understand the time commitment and dedication required to serve as chair of this board. I am ready and willing to rise to that task. I also know that the bar year you plan is generally not always the bar year you're going to get. So whatever is thrown our way, I know this board will thrive and we will handle it together. I ask for your vote and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harrison. And now we will hear from Director Christina N. Castle, Dallas.
Good morning. It's very odd to be up here, to have tried 100+ cases to jury verdict. And as I listened to Brittany, I thought, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can compare. So I just want you to know that being an attorney, being a bar leader is special. It really is. And I don't know why I'm getting so emotional, but I love the bar. I love what we do, and I love being an attorney. But more importantly, I love people. And growing up, my mom said, you're too nice to be a lawyer. Please, please be a teacher. You'd be so great. So I cried I called her and cried after one of my very first trials, and she said, I told you, you're just too nice to be a lawyer. You just want to help people. And I said, Mom, don't you understand, as a lawyer, I get to help people. I get to be an actress. I get to be a teacher. I get to be an entrepreneur. I get to do lots of different things for lots of different folks. And in high school, I got accused of being a jack of all trades. I'd argue I was a master of all trades as well. But they said you should focus on one thing. And one thing I know is that all my past experiences have afforded me the unique perspectives that I'm going to need to be the best chair of this board since Paul Stafford. And I mean, let's be clear, nobody can compete with Ken and Wooten, because she by far is the best chair I've ever experienced. Granted, only second year. So I just want to say that I want all of us to feel welcome here in the boardroom, no matter where we're from or what we do. I grew up in El Paso, Texas, and I was the minority. But I've never experienced a more genuine group of folks who often feel ostracized. And what I think we, as a bar, the Dallas Bar, the State Bar, we have made all people feel welcome and included. And so I want to continue that tradition. I want to continue trying to keep order. And I will admit that is not my strong suit. But as long as we have the exceptional staff that we have and the people that we have that come to serve every day, I know that this is going to be a fun group, a welcoming group, and an on-time group. So with that said, I'd like to see us all show up, have fun, and reach out to someone that we don't know and include them. Because I think we get in the habit of hanging out with our friends because it is fun. But if I'm chair of the board, I would like to make sure that we all get to know each other in a special way, and that we all feel that we have a role on this board doing the things that we need to do. I am told I have less than 2 minutes, so I'm going to give back part of my time. If you want to know who I am and what I'm all about, and I haven't discussed who I am and what I'm all about with you individually, please reach out. Thank you for the opportunity. It is truly an honor, a privilege, and a lot of fun to come be with all of y'all. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Castle. We will now hear from Director Rudolph K. Mateer of Austin.
I'm guessing it's apropos, but the only person that calls me Rudolph is my mom, and I guess it's my birthday, so let's go ahead and go. Sure, let's go with that as well. You know, I guess the easy thing to say is that pizza parties every meeting will end at 11:30, no matter what. We'll go from there. But as I was hearing Brittany speak, you're right. We've been through a lot together. There's so many of you in this room that I've been through a variety of different paths in my career together with. We've had a lot of conversations in this specific room about the things that are facing the bar, the things that are facing this state, the state that are facing this nation. And I keep thinking back to myself that I'm not supposed to be here. I have been so blessed in so many different ways to get to this point in my life. The odds of my parents, one leaving Haiti in 1972, the other in 75, meeting at a public library in New York City, getting married, having kids, coming to leaving everybody else, you're coming down to Texas, living out in the country, being one of the few out there from that, and then graduating from the flagship institution, the greatest institution, the state right there. That just doesn't happen. Let me tell you how ignorant I was about how to become a lawyer. I didn't know there was an LST. Like, I had literally no idea whatsoever. But what I've been done and what's happening is that I've been blessed by so many friends and mentors who have guided me to this point. To hear from Judge Livingston speak, to have her guidance through the years, to have the Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court come to me my 2L year, Wallace Jefferson, say, hey, listen, if you need anything, just come on by. And having folks through and through who truly meant that the bar isn't just for one segment of society. The law isn't just one segment of society. It's for everyone. That's a blessing that I feel like I have to go ahead and give back on. Many years ago, I was standing in the corner of this room at one of the celebrations. It was Law Day that we had, celebrating the students that we had, you know, and all the different projects. If you haven't been part of Law Day and been to Law Day contest, I just, when you talk about how great this country is and what it can be, that personifies with these students. I was speaking to someone in the corner, and I was thinking about what I want to do with my career path. I was, you know, in the public sector, thinking private, going different ways. And the person said to me, Rudy, you have a lot of options. You will have a lot of options. A lot of people are going to tell you what to do. But don't ever forget about the bar and what it means. That person, our executive director, Trey Apple. And being raised and being supported in ways that I feel humbled by, there's nothing else I can think about is to go ahead and take a position in leadership from there. This is a special group. It's an amazing group. Our job is to go ahead and spread out and talk to other people about that. In this role, our job is to go ahead and have your voices heard, consolidating and working together, making sure that we have robust conversations that are respectful, yet impactful. Our job is to represent what's the best of the state and continue to do what we do about that in a fashion that reflects the values of this great country. I'd be honored to have your vote to become the next chair of this association. I don't take that lightly. And I know all too well that the business of the bar is not just the business of lawyers. It's business of the people. Thank you all.
Thank you, Director Mateer, and happy birthday. We'll now hear from Director Rosalind V.O. Perez of Victoria.
Good morning. I know you've already heard from several people who are supremely qualified. For those of you who don't know me entirely well, my name is Rosalind. I live in Victoria, Texas. I am a family law practitioner in Victoria, Texas, and it's me and my two paralegals. So I'm in a slightly different position from many in this room in that I'm a small firm. I am a rural attorney, and so I have a unique position to offer a viewpoint to this board. We're facing a lot of access to justice issues with the licensing of paraprofessionals, and I believe that my unique perspective is valuable in that rural firms and small firms are the ones who are most impacted by that access to justice. We have attorneys fleeing to the urban areas. We have people fleeing to the urban areas. And so where we see the most issues of access to justice are in these rural areas. And so I think I'm uniquely positioned to help offer a point of view to this board in finding solutions and being proactive to the issues that face our attorneys who are small firms and rural areas. And so I want to be able to be a part of that solution and help us find a way forward for everyone that includes everyone, makes everyone feel represented by the bar. I think that oftentimes small firms and people in rural areas don't realize what the bar is doing. I know myself, I ended up as a director because I'm in the district where Corpus Christi is. And so Corpus was rolling off and they needed someone from a rural area. And somehow they got my phone number and asked me to run. And I figured, why not? And then I got here and I got to meet all of you amazing attorneys and non-attorneys who volunteer their time to make the bar a better place. And I got to see all of the amazing staff who work day in and day out to support us and find solutions that work for everyone in this bar. And I was just astounded. I never thought that I would be so inspired by everybody that I've met in one room, but I would love the opportunity to continue to serve all of you in finding solutions collaboratively that work for the entire state, not just attorneys, but also the public that we serve. And so I respectfully ask that you vote for me as chair of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Perez. We'll now hear from Director Shannon A.S. Quadros, Houston.
Chair Stafford, President Benish, justices and judges, my fellow directors, members of the State Bar, and of course, my favorite, the State Bar staff. The State Bar Board is spoiled for choice. You have 5 of the best directors the board has to offer, plus Rudy Medair seeking your votes for the next chair of this illustrious board. I must confess I did not appreciate the two-party American system of politics until I was confronted with the prospect of choosing 1 out of 6. For those of you who have not had a chance to visit yet, my name is Shannon Quadros. I'm a construction attorney and arbitrator from Houston, and I'm one of many directors that represent Houston on the State Bar Board, and I'm here on my 2nd year as a director. I'm the managing shareholder of my firm, Quadros, Meagler & Crosby. We have offices in Houston, Austin, and Dallas. And I'm the very proud parent of soon-to-be 10-year-old boy-girl twins, Arden and William, who, if you're lucky, you might catch them at an annual meeting if I can tear them away from the pool or tear them away from Roblox. While I've spent over half my life in Houston, I grew up far, far away in the desert island kingdom of Bahrain in the Middle East. Oddly enough, between the heat, the humidity, and all the people in the oil business, I feel like I've lived in Houston my entire life. Now that you know the who, I just want to focus a little bit on the why. Why do I want this job? And it is a full-time job, as Paul and Kenan and the chairs will tell you before, to be the chair of the board. I originally trained to be an electrical engineer. I confess, I never had even the foggiest notion of ever wanting to be a lawyer growing up. I always thought I was going to be some mad scientist working in a lab in some sort. But here I am, I stand before you now in my 2nd decade of practice of law, and I will tell you, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. The practice of law has given me everything, and I mean everything that I hold dear. It allows me to provide for my little family. It puts a roof over my head, and thanks to last night's dinner, put a little crab cake in my belly too. But the law has really allowed me to fulfill a higher purpose. And for me, that was this driving need to want to help people. That's what I always wanted to do. I wanted to help people. Providing solutions, alleviating the anxiety and the apprehension of a complicated jurisprudential system that, speaks a different language for people, that is what I was truly meant to do. While my children, make me get out of bed in the morning, and they really do make me get out of bed in the morning, knowing that I made a difference, that I solved a problem for a client, that helps me sleep at night. I'm compelled to give back to this profession that has given so much personal fulfillment to me. As a less than 10-year minted citizen of these United States, I also recognize bar service is public service. I have to say, I was too darn old when I graduated law school to enlist. But bar service is the way that I can give back to the land that has been so provident to me. I shared recently on social media a quote that really struck me as pertinent to this chat we're having today. It said, "I helped a man climb a mountain and found that I too had reached the top." So that's how I see things. As bar directors, if we can help the attorneys we represent and the public we serve climb those mountains, we too will find that we reach the top. I look forward to visiting with you all in the next few weeks and talk about how we can all do better together as a board. And I will leave you and your constituents with this. I cannot promise that I will solve all your problems, but I can promise that you will not be left to face them alone. Again, I'm Shannon Quadros, and I ask for your vote for chair of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Quadros. We will now hear from Director Michael J. Wynn, Houston.
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, Mr. Executive Director, good morning. My name is Michael Wynn. I'm originally from Syracuse, New York, in the snow belt, and feel just at home, I guess, last week. I moved to Texas in 1990, not knowing anyone. This is a very special and a very welcoming state as I look back 35 years later, and I'm not sure that what I've been able to experience and treasure would have been available to somebody, going to any other state. Reflect on my career, and I've taken an unconventional path. You're not going to see a string of bar associations behind my name, partly because I was a federal prosecutor in some of the most sensitive public corruption cases in the state, if not the country, and I felt there was a conflict of interest. I was involved in the 9/11 investigation, the anthrax investigation, represented France in connection with the Concorde crash, takedowns of thousands of child pornographers. Most recently, I was involved in preserving Bluebell, Tannenbaum Engineering, and being at the epicenter of the scandal involving our Attorney General and the impeachment proceedings. I represent foreign politicians. The bottom line is I've been in the hottest of the hottest seats, and I think those leadership skills are transferable. So I stand here asking you to consider my candidacy for chair, and that's a very, very big ask. You may ask, where has this guy been the past year? Well, I suffered a series of losses in my immediate family, culminating my mother and my closest uncle about a year ago. And I've had a lot of time to reflect, and I've spent a lot of time kind of on my own. Done a little bit of research. We spend far more money on our attorney discipline program than we do attorney rehabilitation. 80% of the grievances in this state arise out of attorney mental illness or substance abuse. It is an occupational hazard, one we have to take seriously, and I'll come back to that in a minute. In my first term, 2015 to 18, I was known as a little bit of a rabble-rouser. And I was that intentionally because there was a lot of what I'll call nonsense going on. And I took it upon myself, among others at the time, including our former chair, Jerry Alexander, to try to bring sanity back. One of the things I'm most happy about is supporting our executive director and seeing him right the ship since then. We've become, as I've returned, a stable, professional, dignified board represents the best. But this is not about an individual, not about any of us, but it's a torch to be passed. And while we established a level of professionalism, there's some things that are critical that I'd like to address and keep in mind. Number one is the finances of this board. What brings in my head is that chart that President Benesch showed us about the future finances of this organization going forward and what we need to do, including unabashedly being willing to raise dues and go all in on this fundraising effort for the new facilities we so desperately need to carry it forward for future generations of lawyers. Number two, constituency services. These presentations are fantastic, and I've done them, and you get a lot out of them. But most people, lawyers, first think about the bar with some trepidation. What they need is some type of ombudsman. I don't know, maybe we wear these pins, but I've been able to help individual lawyers through the grievance system, the Byzantine rules on advertising, things like that, to let them know,
You know, that we're here to do these things because you can forget these 30 benefits pretty darn quickly. But what you may need is an advocate to serve your constituents and be there and to know where to go. And most critically, I'm concerned about mentorship. We just are losing that. And as we isolate ourselves and depend too much on AI and remote work, we lose those opportunities to train those young lawyers. We need to do that, and we need to reach those lawyers who are disinclined to come out there and become involved in events like this, or your local bar associations. All right, those people are going to be okay. It's the associates, third, fourth level, who don't come. They're the ones who need our help. Those are my objectives. We have a lot to accomplish.
Thank you, Director Nguyen. I ask again, and this is actually part of my report, are there any comments from directors pursuant to the chair's report? I know that we have 6 wonderfully qualified candidates, and I guess I'm supposed to be officially Switzerland with really good chocolate, a good watch, armed to the teeth, and lots of money in the bank. But I just want you to take this seriously, and I think we've spent some time this week looking at transitions of leadership, and we're looking for people to occupy the office of chair. It's not the person, it's the spot. And so I ask for your consideration of that when we vote in April, and we're talking about how we're going to vote in April just shortly, but are there any comments from directors regarding, I guess, what would constitute my report? Hearing none. We'll now decide the method of voting to be used in electing our chair-elect at the April meeting. In Sugar Land, it has been the board's practice to conduct chair elections by written ballot rather than a show of hands. For years, the chair-elect elections have taken place electronically. Is anyone in favor of voting by show of hands rather than through written electric ballots? Hearing none, I believe it's the board's preference and the will of the body to conduct the chair-elect election electronically. Any director who wishes to make the motion to conduct the chair-elect election electronically and second the motion, please state your name. Director Harris has moved. Director Pratt has seconded to allow the chair-elect election to be conducted electronically. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All directors in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. All directors opposed. The ayes have it. Thanks for allowing me to give my report. And now I'll call on Executive Director Trey Apfel to provide a general report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to the Texas Law Center. It's an honor to host the meeting of the State Bar Board of Directors. This is a very powerful room. It's powerful today because we have the governing body of the legal profession in Texas. That's powerful. Thank you for your service. This room holds special significance for me, even more so, and my highest honor in the position as executive director is when I get the chance to meet and address our State Bar staff in this room. And this room is full from that wall to that wall, from front to back. And that's when I get to tell them about the work that you do and the leadership that you provide. It's when I get to tell them what a great job they're doing and commend them on their service to the profession and to the people of Texas. That's my highest honor. No offense intended. All right, so let me tell you a little bit about what's going on at the State Bar. The 2025 State Bar annual meeting is coming up. It'll be in San Antonio at the JW Marriott San Antonio Hill Country, June 19th and 20th. And we're looking forward to a great event at that time. Lamont Jefferson, Crystal Thompson, and Marty Truss are serving as co-chairs of the annual meeting committee. The committee is currently working on fundraising for the meeting and also the selection of keynote speakers. If you or your firm is interested in a sponsorship, there is a handout in your materials in Board Effect that lists the different law firm and corporate sponsorship levels. Since 2014, Fast Case Legal Research has been one of the most important benefits that we have provided to members of the State Bar of Texas, offering free access to Texas cases, statutes, and regulations. In 2023, Fast Case merged with VLEX. VLEX is a global legal intelligence company. And then in December of 2024, the State Bar of Texas launched VLEX Fast Case. That's an upgrade to the legal research program, offering the same core services for free with some notable improvements, including free access to an extensive primary law collection, including case law, statutes, regulations, and constitutions. Texas materials are also well represented, with a complete collection of Texas case law, including statutes, the Constitution, AG opinions, administrative code, and court rules. In addition to primary law, members also have access to an impressive selection of treatises, practice guides, legal forms, and secondary sources. Texas-specific guides cover civil procedure, foreclosure law, legal malpractice, and trust and estate practice. Then there's national materials, including bankruptcy, employment law, intellectual property, and others, providing analysis and providing practical guidance in all of those areas. The key feature of the new upgrade is the new CERT citator, C-E-R-T citator. And this flags negative treatment and other citing references to a case. CERT is an improvement over Fast Case's previous citation service, which was called Bad Law Bot. And that there's now more extensive coverage and more types of negative treatment. And the real advantage of CERT is the review by editorial experts in the specific fields that was missing with Bad Law Bot. But wait, there's more. The new version also includes skills from your very own AI research assistant. And his name is Vincent AI. State Bar members have free access to automated head notes, case summaries, and the ability to find similar legal materials using Vincent. Additional skills are available by subscription, such as, get this, answering legal research questions, drafting arguments, running 50 state surveys, and generating next steps from legal documents. We've been educating our membership about these new benefits and this upgrade through email marketing and informational webinars, and we will continue to spread the word about these new features. On the CLE front, our Texas Bar CLE in November of last year launched its new website. The site is designed to enhance the user experience, increase operational efficiency, and provide our lawyers with the tools that they need to effortlessly access quality CLE content. Key features: a user-friendly interface. Navigation has been simplified, making it more easier now than ever for customers to find and access the services they need. There is a streamlined registration process for all course listings. There's now a direct registration link allowing customers to select and register for their preferred format. There are improved online benefits that can be accessed. Customers can now view their free online benefits, such as on-demand videos, course books, articles, and presentation slides, all on a single, easily accessible page. And then lastly, in this area, enhanced search functionality, meaning the online classroom search now incorporates transcripts from online courses. By entering keywords, customers can instantly locate relevant transcript sections with highlighted results, which saves time and improves accessibility. We believe all of these improvements will significantly enhance the overall user experience. I'm not done yet. And we're looking forward to, we're going to have another staff meeting very soon. Okay, now the thing that I wanted to stress most from a reporting standpoint is the by the numbers feature in the TBJ of this past December. Each year in December, the State Bar issues and publishes by the numbers, and you'll see that up top. And this is a report that reflects results and outcomes of State Bar core services for the prior bar year. So this one featured the report for bar year 23-24. This is done in compliance with the State Bar Act, which requires the State Bar to adopt a strategic plan every 2 years, which we'll hear about a little bit later in the meeting. And that includes measurable goals and a system of performance measures, and then to report the outcomes of these performance measures. I encourage you to read the By the Numbers report. It is phenomenal. It talks about State Bar operations and everything that we do and the people that we reach. I want to mention just a few of the statistics here. For example, under service to the public, the State Bar distributed nearly 30,000 printed pamphlets regarding legal issues of interest to the public, and the free legal resources homepage at texasbar.com received nearly 25,000 page views. Our law-related education department conducted 99 teacher training sessions. They reached 2,300 teachers, and those teachers reached 230,000 students. Under service to members, 47 benefits. 47, John. 47 benefits were offered through the State Bar Member Benefits Program, all designed to improve the quality of legal services in Texas. These include lawyer-specific programs, financial services, business travel discounts, office supplies, and health insurance. Our coveted Texas Lawyers Assistance Program, TLAP, handled nearly 1,000 consultations related to mental health, substance use, or cognitive issues affecting Texas lawyers, judges, and law students. And then Texas Bar CLE that I mentioned a moment ago provided more than 500 scholarships for State Bar members to attend its courses. In addition, Texas Bar CLE's free online classes had more than 43,000 registrants. The By the Numbers report also covers metrics for protection of the public, access to justice, sound administration and resources, and financial management. It's available to read December TBJ or online at texasbar.com/performance measures numbers. And speaking of access to justice, my column in the February issue of TBJ will highlight many of the ways that our Texas lawyers are leading the way in addressing the unmet civil legal needs of low-income Texans. The column will also encourage our members to report their pro bono hours right there on their My Bar page so that we can more accurately track and then publish that information so that the people of Texas know it and the people that we report to know it. Now I want to talk about our staff. In October, State Bar suffered a tragic loss. We lost one of our colleagues here at the building. There was an emergency. The call went out that man down. It was on the 4th floor. Michael DeLeon and Edward Morgan were on the 4th floor. They heard that our colleague was in trouble. They immediately came to their aid. The call was placed to the front desk where Officer Keegan Gould was stationed to come and assist. As he does every morning when he's here, he unlocks the drawer right behind his station. In that drawer is a defibrillator. We have defibrillators on every floor of the building, and if you've never had the opportunity to see a defibrillator in action, it takes you through what you need to do step by step, voice commands. Officer Gould turned around, opened that drawer, grabbed the defibrillator, and hit the elevator and went to the 4th floor. Michael DeLeon then went and called 911 emergency, and Edward Morgan and Officer Gould provided CPR and followed the instructions of the defibrillator. Unfortunately, we lost our colleague. But the heroic actions of Michael and Edward and Keegan, as we call Officer Gould, they were simply, there's no words to express them. They were there. Edward and Keegan stayed with our friend and helped him every step of the way until emergency medical personnel arrived. The head of the emergency medical team, a little bit later, commended our first responders in the efforts that they made to help save our colleague. And they did. They did everything they could. We honored our colleague here at the staff building and also at his memorial service. And it's a reminder to all of us that nothing's for certain. And it's a reminder, it's an opportunity for us to just say, be aware, learn of your surroundings, but it's also an opportunity for us to recognize Edward Morgan, Michael DeLeon, and Officer Gould. So if you gentlemen will come up here with me, I'd appreciate it. Michael was not able to be with us today. He got here earlier but had to go home. He was not feeling well, so we sent him home. But these gentlemen deserve every bit of your recognition. Thank you. And then lastly, I want to commend all of our other first responders in the building who stood at the ready to assist on that day. We hold first responder training. We have several first responders. We try to make sure that we have one or more first responders on every floor. So we're very proud of our efforts and anyway, keep that family in your prayers. Mr. Chair, that completes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Are there any comments or questions? Thank you. President Benish, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Stafford. Sometimes service to the profession gives you a lump in the throat moment. That was one. And thank you, Executive Director Apfel, for honoring those who rendered such service. I had another lump in the throat moment earlier in this meeting. Did any of you happen to notice my voice wavering a little bit in connection with the giving those two resolutions to Mr. Bauer and to Judge Livingston? And I did that because one of the things I try to do to myself, and it's a silly little ditty, but towards the end of the day, I try to think to myself two things. Whose day did I brighten? Whose burden did I lighten? And I have to confess to you that many times I can't think of anybody whose day I made brighter, whose burden I made lighter. And so I was moved to be in the presence of two people, our two resolution honorees, who do that for other people every day. And I mention that to you because law is about serving others, and that's because life is about serving others. And so I want to commend you as my fellow directors, as my fellow board members, for the time you put in, not for glory or for honor or for your or my CV or resume, but because you care about serving others and you care about improving our profession. And so I want to thank you for the great honor of serving shoulder to shoulder with you. Traditionally, at this part of the president's report, the president would get a travel log of their travels all over the state since the last quarterly meeting. And certainly I could do that. I've been to a large number of bar-related events, but I wanted to recognize and honor you, those of you, and there are 20 of you who, since last quarter, I ran into at a board, not at a board meeting and not at a board committee meeting, but at an extracurricular law-related activity somewhere. And I want to recognize you, and I apologize. I'm sure there are more of you that were at the same event as me, some of the larger events, and we just didn't get a photo op together, but I wanted to recognize those who did. As a reminder to all of us that these 4 quarterly meetings that we have every year are but pit stops. Where the rubber meets the road, where the race is run, is how we serve our profession, how we serve our community, how we serve our legal community where we work and live every day of the year. And so I think Lowell's going to handle the slideshow. I wanted to start it with my most fabulous picture, which is me with with Chrissy Castle. I could probably just have a Chrissy Castle slideshow. She attends so many events together at the Dallas Hispanic Bar Annual Gala. And then I also had the pleasure, clicking through next, a little less dressed up at this event. This was the annual family picnic where Steve Chiscano and Judge Chapa were chili judges. I don't know if you knew he had that expertise. It was one of the chili cook-off judges, and it was a pleasure to spend time there in Bernie at the picnic. Next I saw several directors at the Texas Minority Council program, including Noel Hicks, and I appreciate your service in connection with that. Noel is with Mia Lorick. Next, also there was Shannon Quadros, as you may recall, is a former co-chair of the Texas Minority Council program, which is a significant responsibility. So thank you for that service, Director Quadros. Next. Also there, Hisham Masri, and again, we're Batman and Robin, and I could do any number of photos, and that is with my former colleague, Eustace Isidore, there at the TMCP. It depends on the day. We actually say it depends on the day, who's Batman and who's Robin. And we got quite a few. This is actually Rudolph's photo, who I borrowed at the new lawyers induction with Director Mateer, with our chair Stafford, with President-elect Santos Vargas, again with Hisham, and with TYLA President-elect Allison Martinez. Thanks for the photo, Rudy. Next. There's a little, Lowell warned me there's a little delay on some of these. Or a longer delay on some of them. What's that? Reloading very briefly here. Well. Absolutely. Well, while they're loading that, let me go ahead and touch on a couple of other things, and then I'll circle back around to it. As you know, traditionally, we always try to, the directors like to participate in a CLE that's offered to local lawyers, and I'll finish my thought, and then we'll move to this one here in just a second, to local lawyers. And we certainly did that yesterday. We had a solo small firm CLE yesterday afternoon here in this room. It was free to anyone who attended. It was a very good, a strong attendance. And we provided a seminar on updates for solo practitioners and small firms. The topics included a state bar update, which I provided, updates on family law, criminal law, and employment law, and an update on artificial intelligence. I want to thank directors Brittany Harrison and Allison Martinez, along with Joshua Weaver and Melissa Morales, who also joined me as speakers at the event. Okay, back to the directors. The only opportunity that the three presidents got to all speak together at one event was the Kendall County's annual Texas Hill Country Legal Seminar in Boerne, and so I had an opportunity to spend time with both immediate past President Tisdale and President-elect Vargas. Again, I could have picked any number of events with Kenan, but immediate past Chair Kenan Wooten and I were together at the Appleseed Foundation's Good Apple Dinner in Austin. There is a delay on these slides. Yeah. Well, once again, okay. I've got a few more after this, so let me go ahead and move on and talk about something else while they're figuring out that. One of the initiatives that I had when I ran for president-elect and then have continued to emphasize as president is working on revamping our state bar website to make it a little more user-friendly, easier to navigate. It can be difficult to locate things on the website. And so I am pleased to report that we have issued a request for proposal for vendors to help redesign and update and make it more user-friendly. We hope to have a vendor in place by February, and I will continue to keep you updated on that. Okay, someone else that I ran into, can we pull that up? Thank you very much. At the Houston Bar's Harvest Celebration, which is one of the largest legal events held statewide, I had a chance to run into several of our directors, including Director Deanna Gomez, pictured there with President-elect of the Houston Bar, Daniela Landers. Wow. Okay, let me move to a different segment of my report then. There we go. Okay, I knew I had to keep going at least till I got to Liz. One of the biggest annual function of the State Bar's Computer and Technology section is their annual Technology and Justice for All seminar, which, as you can tell, was held in this room, and so Liz Cantu is a significant participant and leader in that section, and so I got an opportunity to take a picture with her. And moving to a different section of my report while we... I have no answer on that. Okay, so let me talk about a little bit while, there we go. I had jury duty, believe it or not. I did not get picked. I had jury duty in Hays County. I have been picked as for a jury before. I have been a jury foreperson, and that's great in picking juries to be able to say, I've been where you are. But Matthew Hill happened to be up there, not on jury duty, and nor was he one of the attorneys with quizzical looks that were looking at me from across the courtroom, figuring out what to do with me in the veneer panel. And so it was fun to run into Matt there. Then it was my pleasure to go down with Allison Martinez to Laredo, her home city, for the dedication of the courthouse, rededication of the courthouse as the Senator Judith Zaffarini Justice Center. And so it was a pleasure to be down there and, of course, got to share that moment with the incomparable Harriet Myers. Also, while down there, Justice Young and a number of the Supreme Court justices were there, and so I used the opportunity to snap a photo with Senator Zaffirini and Justice Evan Young. Also got the opportunity at the investiture of the 15th Court of Appeals, and we'll see another photo. That occurred over in the House chamber, and then afterwards we came back, retired to the lobby of the Texas Law Center, and there I was able to catch a photo with Judge McClure, along with the newly invested 3rd Court of Appeals Justice Karen Crump, a former TYLA president. And my apologies to Judge Jeff Brown. That is the back of his head in the foreground. I warned him in advance last night. He and I sat on opposite sides of the podium, and so we were never looking the same direction at the same time. And I told him, it's my presentation, so it's the back of your head. But that was a wonderful, that's Justice April Ferris being sworn in there. It was really a wonderful ceremony. And I think I may have one or two more. Also, a photo that I got from Rudy, an opportunity to have a picture taken, obviously with Executive Director Trey Apfel, with Director David Courageous, with Deputy Director Kaylin Laney, and with Rudolph, which I enjoyed. And there may be one more, and then I have one other point I want to make that will involve photos, and I will remove this burden from you. I will lighten your burden. Well, while they're fishing for that. Let me go ahead and give you an update and then there is one other point that I want to make with past State Bar presidents that's a reminder of service. We're all familiar with the AI task force that was formed under immediate past President Cindy Tisdale's tenure, or TRAIL, the Task Force for Responsible AI on the Law. You may also remember that this past June that they provided their final report with a number of recommendations, which we have kicked to the administration committee to get a further look at. One of the, and of course, we renewed their service as the task force for another year to serve through June 2025 at least, and they have done that. One of the recommendations that's arisen from the work of the task force, and let me, as a side note, say I wanted to point out two more of our directors who I was pleasure to spend time with at the TYLA Winter Board meeting. There to Hisham's, well, it'd be on the left side for us, but Hisham's right is Director Harrison, herself a former TYLA president, and to my left in the picture, Laura Pratt, immediate past president of the TYLA. And so it was a pleasure to spend time with them as well as others. So one of the things that the task force recommended or did is request an opinion from the Professional Ethics Committee on the use of generative artificial intelligence. And last March, the last year's TRAIL chair, John Browning, sent a request for an ethics opinion to the Professional Ethics Committee asking for ethical guidance for Texas lawyers on the responsible use of AI in their practice. The Professional Ethics Committee released a proposed opinion in response to that request from Chair Browning on November 19th, 2024. And since then it was a proposed opinion, and so since then we've been in a comment period. The proposed opinion addresses a host of issues that are implicated in the use of artificial intelligence in the legal context, including technological competence, confidentiality, and how the use of AI might impact the fees that lawyers charge. That comment period for that proposed opinion ran through and closed on January 18th, so earlier this week, late last week, 2025. This year, the task force has turned its attention to developing resources for an online toolkit for the use of AI. The toolkit will help Texas attorneys keep abreast of the law and include resources to help attorneys navigate the bar and navigate the use of artificial intelligence safely and ethically. The task force plans to have that toolkit available online later this spring, and I think that's an exciting development. One other thing I wanted to do, we've talked about our services directors and how appreciative I am of your service, but it's an important reminder that our role as emissaries, as apostles, carrying to the communities in which we live and work the good news of the work of the bar and of the work of individuals in service, selfless service to others in the profession, that it doesn't end when you and I end our service on this august body. When we return to whatever we're called to do next, our duty to continue to preach of the good works of the bar continues. And so I wanted to point out that a few, in fact, 13 past presidents of the state bar, they're not all on individual slides, 13 past presidents of the state bar that it was my pleasure to run into since our last quarterly meeting, who, even though they have served the profession at its highest elected level, they're out there going to events in their community, and they're out there representing our profession well, as each of us are called to do when we complete that service. And there are just 3 slides I wanted to show you representing those 12, and Matthew Hill is not a past bar president, representing those 13 past state bar presidents that I ran into. They are, here's the first slide, Harriet Myers, and we saw that picture earlier. Another Chrissy Castle picture, this time with past President Terry Tottenham, and of course, Trey Apfel there with Business Court Judge Sophia Andrigay. And there on the bottom right, Lynn Liberato, with, of course, we know Travis and Sandy Sales from Houston, past HBA president. Next slide. I'm sorry, I had to get a couple Longhorn pictures in. This is at the Texas Law tailgate, and the cook-off, the barbecue there is hosted by Eduardo Pee Wee Rodriguez and his wife Polly. And then just skipping down to the bottom right-hand corner, it was our pleasure to see past President Sylvia Firth there. Top right at the HBA Harvest Gala, Randy Sorrells and his wife Alex. And then down in the bottom left, Buck Files, past president of the state bar. And one more slide. Pleasure to see Lisa Tatum here at the festivities directly below her, and that is, actually, no, I take that back. I saw Lisa Tatum at a different event, but I saw her again down below that at Ray Cantu's retirement ceremony, where you can see past presidents Martha Dickey and Lisa Tatum, Trey, Richard Pena, along with Terry Tottenham. And then the top right, my colleague and my mentor in the profession, Kelly Frells, with his wife, Carmela. And then finally, down in the bottom right, our beloved immediate past president, Cindy Tisdale, along with President-elect Santos Vargas. So it's a call and a challenge to all of us to serve our profession till our last breath and speak well of the good works of those who selflessly serve our legal community and the citizens of the state of Texas and this great state bar. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, President Benesch. We are enriched by your service. Any questions for President Benesch? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute multifunction break. We'll see you in about 10 minutes-ish.
I also want to wear like just like we just walk around with my hands. Yeah, I do have a trench actually. I was wearing my trench, pretty little toasty in here.
I'll probably give them.
Okay, please make your way back to your seats. All right, next we'll hear from President-elect Santos Vargas for the report from the President-elect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, so we have a lot of very detailed budget information that we're going to go over this morning, and we're going to jump right into it. Luckily for... Wait, I like that spirit. I like that spirit, Tony. And Tony has some detailed notes about the budget, so I think we're going to hear some questions in a little while. But luckily for everyone here, my entire presentation this morning is a slideshow. So, but I think we've now got the technology figured out, so it should run pretty smoothly. So here's a couple of things that I would like everybody to do if you haven't already done so, is log on to BoardEffect, and you're going to go to tab 9. Tab 9 of the agenda for today. And tab 9 is going to contain all of the very detailed budget information that we're going to be referring to both on the screen, on the slideshow, as well as what's available on BoardEffect. So we're going to be reviewing the proposed budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026. All of that information is on tab 9 of your board packet. And the proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 for the operating period June 1st, 2025 through May 31st, 2026 has been drafted. The Budget Committee met on December 17th to review the proposed budget, and the committee heard from representatives of the state bar divisions and departments, and after discussion of the committee approved the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget as it was presented. A 5-page copy of the proposed budget is included in your materials, and if approved by the board today, this proposed budget will be published in the March 2025 issue of the Texas Bar Journal. All right. So the next slide that we're looking at talks about the proposed budget and the combined budget. The proposed budget's first page, found on page 77 of your board materials, presents the entire combined budget of the State Bar for the fiscal year 25-26. The next 4 pages present additional detailed information such as the total general fund expenses by department, the budget for special revenue and capital project funds presented individually, and the operating expenditures covered by dues revenue. These 5 pages represent the State Bar's official proposed fiscal year 25-2026 budget. Today, much of my discussion of the State Bar's budget will cover the general fund. This is because the general fund is the main operating fund of the bar and represents about 85% of the activity of the bar. The general fund is presented in the first column of the budget. So the total proposed combined budget includes other fund types in addition to the general fund. These other funds are either self-funded or receive transfers from the general fund, which I'll cover later in my presentation. The Budget Committee has reviewed and discussed all major budgets and funds of the bar, and I'm presenting the results of their work. Finally, the last column of the budget represents the total proposed combined budget, which is simply the sum of the other columns presented in the budget. Okay, now that everyone hopefully has a good idea of the budget layout, let's review the general fund budget. Okay, so the general fund revenues are expected to increase by about $3.4 million, or 7.4%, bringing total general fund revenues to about $50.3 million. The proposed budget includes a 10% increase in attorney membership dues rates that'll go into effect this spring. The dues increase accounts for more than $2.1 million of the estimated revenue growth. The general fund operating expenditures and transfers are expected to increase by $1.5 million, bringing total general fund operating expenses to $50.6 million, which is a 3.1% increase from the prior year's adopted budget. Even with the dues increase and other adjustments, the State Bar is budgeting for a deficit of $266,523, as you can see on the screen. This is slightly better than earlier projections for this budget year, and the budget will be funded from transfers from reserves that have previously been assigned to cover projected budget deficits. A couple of additional notes on this information. The fiscal year 2024-2025 is the current budget that we're currently 6 months into. The fiscal year 25-26 budget is a proposed budget for next year. So that's what we're looking at and reviewing as a proposed budget for this incoming year. The proposed budget includes a 10% increase in attorney membership dues rates as authorized by statute and approved by the State Bar's Board of Directors in April of 2024 and the Supreme Court in May of 2024. It's important to note that without the dues increase, revenues would have grown by 2.7% or $1.3 million. The bar had anticipated a budgeted deficit of approximately $927,929 in May 2024. So kudos to the staff for getting us to the point where we have a much lower budgeted deficit, and they worked really hard on that. Okay, next slide. The proposed budget includes other financing sources and uses, and this section represents the bar's non-operating budget. As I previously mentioned, the budget includes transfers from reserves of $266,523 to cover the projected budgetary deficits for this fiscal year, resulting in a balanced budget for fiscal year 25-26. The total available undesignated funds for fiscal year 25-26's budget are a little more than $4.8 million, which comes from the general fund's net excess or profits from fiscal year 23-24's audited financial results. At this point in the presentation, I want to highlight that fiscal year 23-24, we had a net excess of $4.8 million, and we had budgeted for a deficit of $1.5 million. So we were able to accomplish all of this through a few different ways. One, investment income. Two, Texas Bar CLE income. And three, MCLE income. The budget for revenues was adjusted for all of these variances in the current budget and further adjusted in the proposed budget. This one-time funding is presented on this slide and in the proposed budget on page 1. While the budget, as we all know, is an estimate, it's important to know that due to inflation, the State Bar's actual expenditures have grown faster than its revenues for the past 3 years. And this trend impacts the amount of available funding for future budgets, and we're seeing the impact on the bar's net income for its current fiscal year 24-25, where historically these funds could be used to fund one-time projects. Now, a lot of these funds will be reserved or transferred to other funds. Later on in the slideshow presentation, I'll cover the designations of the available funds in a lot more detail. Okay, next slide. So the chart that you're looking at on the screen now presents the general fund operating revenues of the proposed budget. And there's several different categories, including membership dues, which are budgeted at just under $24.4 million. And that's about half, almost half of total revenue collection for the general fund. And again, this number that we're looking at on the screen includes the 10% increase in membership fees that will take effect this spring. Texas Bar CLE is another one of the categories that you see on the screen, and that revenue accounts for almost 1/3 of total general fund revenue, or $14.7 million. And MCLE represents 9% of total general fund revenue, or $4.3 million. These three revenue sources account for 87% of the State Bar's total revenue. The remaining 13% of the bar's total revenues include things like advertising fees from ads purchased for the Texas Bar Journal and the website, member benefits revenues, investments revenue, accounting and credit card processing fees, CDC disciplinary fees, and other revenue. But the main takeaway from this slide is that membership fees only account for about half of the State Bar's revenue, and non-dues revenue accounts for the remaining revenue. And that's really important for everybody to really take into consideration, because all of that non-dues revenue is revenue that comes in because the State Bar staff has been really working hard to make sure that we have the funds available to operate without increasing dues, and we've gone a very long time without increasing dues. And if we just relied on dues revenue, we'd be in a much, much different position. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so the slide that you're looking at now presents the budgeted general fund expenditures by strategic plan area. And these figures are generalized and show how the expenditures align with the strategic plan adopted by this board. So different categories that you're looking at here. One of them is protection of the public and service to members, and that continues to be core functions of the State Bar and comprises 68% of the budgeted expenditures. Financial management and sound administration costs represent 22% of the total budget, and these expenditures are essential to meeting the bar's other purposes. And access to justice and service to the public represent 10% of the total budget. A couple of points of information on this slide and the different categories that you're seeing. Protection of the public, for example, represents Office of the Chief Disciplinary Counsel, the Ombudsman, Client Attorney Assistance Program, and transfers to the Client Security Fund. The service to the public category that you see on the screen represents TYLA, law-related education, lawyer referral, customer service, and public affairs. Service to members represents TBCLE, the Texas Bar Journal, local bars, officers and directors, minority affairs / member outreach and membership. Sound administration represents the executive director, building and facilities, IT and legal counsel. Access to justice represents the legal access department and ATJ, and financial management represents the accounting department, other administrative functions like banking, investment, audit, and insurance fees. Okay, that brings us to our next slide, which is all about salaries. So the salaries expenditures, as you all can see, are the largest category of budget expenses. The chart that you're looking at on the big screen represents the budgeted salaries compared to the bar's total operating expenditures. This trend has remained stable over the past 10 years at around 41.4% to 43.6% of total budgeted expenditures. And the total proposed budgeted salaries are 6.2% higher compared with the current adopted budget. This increase is slightly higher than historical trends due to additional funding set aside to respond to recommendations of an independent compensation review and to remain competitive with other public sector entities. And as we all know, that's not the easiest thing to do, especially in a place like Austin. Okay, next slide. Okay, the next slide talks about the general fund, and as I mentioned earlier, I'll cover the designation of available funds in more detail. So this table presents the general fund balance, which was about $28.7 million as of May 31st of '24, and how the available funds are proposed to be allocated during this budget cycle. The current designations are presented in the first column. The proposed allocations are in the second column, and the last column presents the proposed designations of the fund balance after the amount available for designation has been allocated. The materials that you have in board effect include a summary write-up of the recommended designations and a document that's titled Designation of Fund Balance in your materials. The total available funds for fiscal year 25-26's budget are slightly more than $4.8 million. The Budget Committee, on the recommendations of the Audit and Finance Committee, proposes the following designations of the available funds from the prior year. So I'm going to go ahead and go through them all, but we're proposing to designate $1,300,446 as a transfer to reserves, and of this, $775,536 is designated to increase the level of minimum reserves to $13.5 million, or 3.2 months of operating expenditures, and $524,910 is designated to assist in covering projected budget deficits, bringing the total assigned for this purpose to almost $8 million. These funds are projected to cover budgetary shortfalls for the next 3.5 years, or about half of the fiscal year 29-30. Okay, next we're proposing to commit $1.5 million for the building fund. These funds will be used toward developing the 1415 Lavaca building into an education and conference center, and anticipated costs include building and construction planning, things like permits and fundraising campaign costs. Funds will be raised to offset the initial investment in the Lavaca building construction, and as we've said before, we intend that no dues, I repeat, no dues will be used for the construction of the building. Available funding for the 1415 Lavaca project will be approximately $3.5 million at the beginning of the year, and the funds reserved to maintain the infrastructure of the Law Center are estimated to be $6.7 million, or approximately 87% of the Law Center asset replacement and renewal cost. Next, we're proposing to commit $1 million to the State Bar's Technology Fund, and this commitment will bring the State Bar's reserves to maintain its IT infrastructure to an estimated $4,030,283 for the budget year, or 90% of IT assets replacement and renewal cost. Several IT projects are underway or planned for the coming years, which the Technology Fund will fund. Next, we're proposing to commit $1,030,504 for the following purposes: committing $608,983 to replenish the legal reserve account. This commitment will reserve funds for payments to outside legal counsel as needed, bringing the total reserve for that to $1 million, and if it's not used, these funds will be carried forward for the following year. We're also committing $300,000 to establish new programs reserves, and this commitment will establish a reserve for unanticipated new program funding requests during the year. If it's not used, again, these funds will be carried over to the following year. And there's also other smaller commitments that you'll see in your materials totaling about $94,000 that are being recommended. Okay, next slide. The Budget Committee will continue to review the State Bar's financial trends and long-term projections and update the board on the results of its discussion at the April meeting, and that's when I'll ask for you to finally approve the proposed budget. But today, on behalf of the Budget Committee, I move that the State Bar's proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget be approved for publication in the March 2025 issue of the Texas Bar Journal.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion? Thank you, President-elect Santos Vargas. We have a question. Okay, introduce yourself. Yeah, got to go to the microphone. Thank you. You're going to cut Rudolph.
There's a lot of numbers in there. Thank you very much for the report. I was just trying to read and understand, just to make sure I understand. So we are proposing a budget with a deficit, but we anticipated that deficit by already making a reserve for it prior years. And in fact, the reserve is in excess. So we're taking that reserve to cover the deficit and then replenish the reserve and then transfer it. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand.
I believe that's correct, but if we have any specific detail that we need to get into, I'm going to defer to Tracy Jarrett, who has put all of this information together. But I believe that's correct. Is that right, Tracy? Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. I was like, are we proposing a budget that has a deficit? But now I understand. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you.
Just want to appreciate it.
Director Mateer.
Director Rudy Mateer. So there was a lot of numbers, and so you're going to have the general public, people go ahead and look back at the specific meeting and say, okay, what the heck are they really talking about? So let's just be clear, and I want to make sure that we get this on the record, that this is a fiscally sound budget. This is a fiscally conservative budget, that the actual budget appropriations and the projections were based on industry standards and industry averages. And what we're doing here is trying to get us in line with something that will be fiscally responsible. It fiscally preserves us moving forward so we won't have to dip into reserves. Is that correct?
Couldn't have said it better myself.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Hearing none, all directors who are in favor, please signify by the sign of aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you, President-elect Santos Vargas. We'll now hear from our immediate past president, Cindy Tisdale.
And always to be known here and always forward as the beloved Cindy Tisdale. I could not resist. I'm sorry. Good morning, everyone. Morning. After President Benish's report and President-elect Vargas's report, yeah, I didn't do much. As part of my role as immediate past president, what I do get to accomplish, though, is when President Benish is asked to attend something and he cannot because of other scheduling problems, he calls on President-elect Vargas or myself to stand in. And so I was able to stand in for President Benish on October the 12th, and I had the honor and privilege of presenting a State Bar Presidential Commendation to Judge L. Clifford Davis during his 100th birthday celebration in Fort Worth. Right? The commendation celebrated Judge Davis's lifelong dedication to public service and integrity to the law. As a lot of you will remember, last year as president, I presented Judge L. Clifford Davis with a presidential citation commendation at one of our board meetings. I'm sorry?
Commendation.
Yes, at one of our board meetings, and it was one of the highlights of my time. Judge Davis is the oldest living African-American attorney in Texas and has been licensed to practice in Texas, you ready for this? For more than 70 years. Wow, I'm just about to hit 30. Maybe I'll get to 70. As you know, Judge Davis is well known and widely admired for his work as a judge and as an attorney, and he was named as a Texas legal legend at the litigation section in April 2024. Among his many accomplishments as a lawyer, and I will not present them all to you today because we'd be here a long time, but he assisted Attorney Thurgood Marshall of the NAACP on the 1954 case that became Brown versus Board of Education, the landmark U.S. Supreme Court, of course, that ruled state laws establishing racial segregation in public schools were unconstitutional. And that's kind of what he's most well known for. But again, his list is long and varied, and I had the honor of standing in for President Benish to give Judge Davis that commendation. So thank you for allowing me to do that. The only other thing I want to update you on, of course, as you know, on May 1st, the State Bar started providing all attorneys with let me back up, all attorneys, judges, law students, and paralegals, one free month of counseling and then discount off of counseling thereafter. This therapy benefit provides our member with additional tools to improve their performance and deal with the grief, anxiety, depression, and other common mental health difficulties that impact our ability to serve others. Because this is a tough profession sometimes, and we have to take care of ourselves doing it. I'm proud and so happy to say we've continued to see growth in this program. According to the latest statistics that received on January 3rd, 426 members have signed up for therapy, 1,553 live sessions have been held, and members have rated their overall satisfaction with the service at 4.6 out of 5, or 92% satisfaction rating. When we discuss this data, it's very important to remember the State Bar does not receive any information on who is taking advantage of this benefit. All we get are the numbers that I just talked to you about, the aggregate information. It is confidential, and so we want to make sure and ensure that attorneys know that if they reach out and try to get help through this benefit, we do not know about it. We do not know their name, and it is confidential. Members can find the discount code and sign up for for therapy at texasbar.com/betterhelp. And Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you to our beloved immediate past president, Cindy Tisdale.
We are going to have fun with that.
I couldn't resist. Are there any comments from any of the directors or questions? Hearing none, we will now hear from immediate past chair Kenan Lilly Wooten to discuss the nomination and election subcommittee report.
Thank you very much, Chair Stafford. So before I get into the nominations and elections subcommittee report, I do want to remind all of the third-year directors that it's that time of year to try to find the people who are going to step into your shoes and serve like you have served so well. So reach out to your colleagues and try to find people who are interested in serving. Think outside the box, not just the people who have always been involved with the bar. We've heard from people here today who are leaders who weren't always involved. And I think that diversity of background is so helpful to our process. So you can find the district chart at texasbar.com/elections in the materials as well. If you do know of somebody who's interested in running, please tell Jennifer Reams, because sometimes the office isn't aware of candidates and is wondering, are we going to have someone? Are we going to have someone? So just alleviate the stress and tell them if you know of somebody who's interested. Now we go to nominations and elections subcommittee report. So as many of you know, we began the search process back in September of 2024 to identify attorneys who might be interested in being considered to serve as president-elect candidates. This is a small county year. That means we looked at potential nominees from any county in the state except for the 5 metropolitan areas, which are Bexar, Dallas, Harris, Tarrant, and Travis. We met on November 14th as a subcommittee, and I'm going to do this really quickly. If you're on the subcommittee, stand up, if you don't mind, really quickly. These are the people who dedicated a lot of time to the process. This isn't easy. We know this is a big role, a huge time commitment. We need true servant leaders, people with servant hearts. And so I just want to acknowledge everybody and say thank you for the thoughtful work on this. So we met on November 14th to talk about potential candidates and other matters pertaining to the candidacy and election process moving forward. The State Bar also published a call for nominations in the Texas Bar Journal and through our online platforms. Additionally, we sent notices to all committees, sections, and local bars about the opportunity, so this would not be something offered to just a select few. Anybody who wanted to be considered could be considered. We also spoke with a number of people to gauge their interest in serving and also in just being considered for the process. We ended up with a list of 5 attorneys to consider as president-elect nominees, and they were an impressive group of people. And one of the reasons I wanted the subcommittee members to stand up is because we had a long deliberation about these impressive individuals and coming down to the 2 amazing people who are here today to talk with you. We're so fortunate to have the kind of people we do in the legal community to stand up and to want to serve, to put their name in the hat. It's not easy to be said, thank you, but not this year. Bravery, a lot of grace in the process for everybody who was considered. But after all that deliberation, subcommittee voted to select Deborah L. Cordova of Edinburgh and G. David Smith of Rockwall. Their bios and interest letters are included in the board packet. It's under the executive committee section of the materials. These 2 individuals are dynamic, they're kind, they're diligent. And if you're looking for hope, just look at them. Because the way that they're running already is just a model of professionalism and kindness, and it shows us that you can move through a process and run against somebody without being wicked, but instead being kind. And so I'm sure that if we vote to approve them as our candidates, we're going to see them model the kind of behavior we want to see in all types of candidates in our state, not just in the State Bar. Before I get to the vote, I'm going to cover 1 administrative matter so you're aware. To reduce the costs associated with this process, the plan is to move forward with electronic voting only for the 2025 year. So this is a change. But we will have emails, postcards that go out to all members. They're going to include reminders about voting. The emails and postcards are going to include a link that takes people directly to the elections page that includes information about all the candidates, not just president-elect, but also TYLA for State Bar, but also TYLA, president-elect, and all of the director candidates who are running. So with that report, I do have one action item, Chair Stafford. On behalf of the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee, I make a motion for approval of the recommendations of nominees for the 2025-2026 State Bar of Texas President-elect candidacy of Deborah L. Cordova of Edinburgh and G. David Smith of Rockwall.
Thank you, past Chair Wooten. Coming from a committee, there's no second required. Is there any discussion? All directors who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. At this point, we will have introductions of our two president-elect candidates. The introductions will be limited to 1 minute. Hi, David. And the comments are 5 minutes. So at this time, we'll introduce Director Liz Cantu to introduce our first president-elect candidate. Director Cantu.
When you grow up with 6 brothers and 1 sister, you learn the art of negotiation, sharing, patience, and organization. If you're lucky, you learn and live that family, whatever that looks like for you, is the most important thing in life. And for Deborah Lee Cordova, family has also grown to include the community she serves and has served almost the entirety of her career. Good morning. My name is Liz Cantu, and I am a third-year at-large director from Edinburgh, Hidalgo County in the Rio Grande Valley. And I am so very honored and humbled to introduce you to this most amazing, wonderful human being that I have called a friend for decades, and very much in the sentiment of Director Wooten, I am here today because of Deborah, honestly. She is a 2002 graduate of St. Mary's Law School. She went on to get a master's in business administration. She is a partner along with her 3 other founding partners of her law firm in Hidalgo County, where for 22 years she has served her clients in a multitude of areas like real estate, entities, foreclosures, collections, probate, and governmental entity representation. What I want to tell you about in the 30 seconds I have left, the storied and varied years of service that she has given to the bar include vice chair of the Council of Chairs, serving as the vice chair for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Standing Committee. She's been on the Executive Committee, the Policy Manual Committee, the Audit and Finance Committee, Professional Development Committee, Facilities and Equipment Committee. She is the former chair of the Women in the Law section. You know that I am an enormous, sometimes rabid supporter of that section, and she has built it to what it is today. She speaks on all very topics. She is so inclusive. She is kind. She is classy. She will elevate what the bar does. And I just want to tell you how fortunate we are to have both of these potential candidates. But Deborah has served at the highest levels and at the grassroots levels. And it's not the accolade that you may give her. It's not the recognition that you give her. It's the opportunity that you will give her to have small acts of service every day that will better us as a state bar and us as a community. So I'm here today to introduce to you Deborah Cordova.
Wow, thank you, Elizabeth, for that gracious introduction. First and foremost, I would like to thank the State Bar leadership and the State Bar Board of Directors. Thank you so much for inviting both David and I to share a few comments with you today. I also want to thank the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee for electing me as one of your nominees. And now I stand proudly and honored before you as a State Bar of Texas President-elect candidate. Thank you. Service. As Elizabeth mentioned, I have been practicing for 22 years, but my service started well before my legal career. I have led, engaged, and served on numerous organizations. I've represented my hometown, the city of Mission. I've represented my county, the county of Hidalgo. I've represented my region, the Rio Grande Valley. I've represented our state, and I've also represented organizations at the national level. And I didn't do this alone. I did this with the help of many other individuals, mentors, and people that have blazed the trails before me, that have opened doors, that has fueled a passion and a drive for me to pay it forward. And throughout of all of my service, I have grown, not only professionally, but personally. Throughout all my service, we've had successes in our organizations, but we've also had failures that I have learned from. And it is through my professional development, my personal growth, the successes, but more importantly, adapting, pivoting, and learning from failures that I thrive as a leader in an organization. And so I've learned through all my service that it is essential and vital to engage, to evolve, and to elevate organizations and to elevate our legal profession. I want to take a moment to discuss engagement. Engagement is at the core of every organization. I want to build on what the State Bar of Texas leadership has already engaged. I want to strengthen the communication, especially in all areas across the state where we have underrepresented communities. And how are we going to do this together? With the limited amount of time, I'm only going to share a few ways. We're going to do this together. We're going to continue our collaboration with local bar leaders. We're going to continue to ensure that they are aware of the member benefits, like insurance, legal technology, business travel, professional liability insurance, the powerful legal research tools that are at our fingertips. The law practice management program, and many, many more must be disseminated at a local level. I want to highlight all of the important work that our committees and our sections do on a daily basis. That is how we are going to strategically engage everyone across the state. And we're also going to engage even more so our young lawyers. And engagement, it doesn't start while you're in the legal profession. Engagement starts way before that. Engagement starts before you become a licensed attorney. And we, the State Bar of Texas, have the prime opportunity to bridge that gap. I am very honored to say that I was part of the Outreach and Engagement Committee that held its first Law School Dean's Forum Roundtable right here in this building. And that is how we are going to continue to engage the pipeline of the legal profession. Evolve. As you all are aware, the State Bar of Texas has a strategic plan, and I'm going to reiterate those measures. Service to the public, service to members, protection of the public, access to justice, sound administration and resources, and financial management. I reviewed the by the numbers 2023 and 2024 data. The data does not lie. The State Bar of Texas is evolving, and we need to continue to build on that journey. I want to also embrace technology and strategically with due diligence, focus, and building on the report from Trail. I want to continue to navigate the complexity and the intersection of the practice of law and AI. But finally, elevate. We took an oath to defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and the state of Texas. We have a responsibility to elevate our noble legal profession by going back to the basics, educating our public and administration of justice. I want to thank you for your time. But more importantly, I want to thank you for your service to the legal profession. Thank you.
Thank you, President-elect Cordova. Now I'd like to call Director David Courageous to introduce our second President-elect candidate.
I'm short. Thank you, Chair Stafford. Texas is a big, beautiful, multicultural state. It is a place I've called home for 6 generations and a place I love. We have 1,225 municipalities that are incorporated in this state and 254 counties. How many of y'all knew that? Today, I'm going to tell you about one, Muleshoe, Texas, which is just west of Lubbock. It was named after the Muleshoe Ranch, and it was a railroad town. At its heyday in the 70s, it had 5,000 residents. It had 2 hospitals. It had a radio station. It had a newspaper and over 200 businesses. Now, this is what I know the people from Muleshoe, Texas. They are all principled. They are all loyal. They are all brilliant. They are humble. They are progressive. They exude integrity. They all, for some reason, reside in the Metroplex. And they are all named G. David Smith. Now, I do know of one that is the coach of the USC Trojans, but we don't speak of him. That said, over the next few months, you and all of our fellow Texas attorneys will learn about the goals, the lives, the ambitions of both of the candidates for Texas Bar President-elect. This is what I want you to know about David Smith. David Smith is the good human that I strive to be every day, that I have not yet reached. Yes, he of course dedicates his time to the practice of law, but he has dedicated his life to being a servant of our fellow humans. He volunteers his time to make affordable housing a reality in his hometown and provides health care for the uninsured. He believes and fights for access to justice for all. He works tirelessly to support, defend, and improve our legal profession, the reason why we're here today. And he does this all with a smile on his face and love in his heart. And if you haven't met David, you're going to love him, just as I do. The best part about David, despite all of that, is he grows a fantastic beard, but you won't see that today. So fellow directors, liaisons, staff, and guests, it is my very distinct honor to introduce you to our friend and outstanding leader, G. David Smith, candidate for President-elect of the State Bar of Texas.
Wow. I don't know who he is talking about. Thank you, David. You're a true friend. And I'm going to explain to y'all what a true friend is. One of my frequent flyer criminal clients told me many years ago that a good friend will come bail you out of jail. A true friend will sit in the cell next to you and say, "How did we get here?" And you are a true friend. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank this leadership team. I want to thank the committee. I want to thank everyone for making this dream a reality for me and for Deborah. I want to thank Deborah because I will tell you, if I were not one of the nominees for this office, I would be working on her campaign. I want to thank my wife, who is here with us today, because she is my partner in all things, and without her consent and without her cooperation, I wouldn't be here. I want to tell you about why I want to be the president-elect of this organization. I want to talk to you about why I love this organization, and then I want to talk to you about what I want to see happen if elected as president-elect and then become the president. My aha moment about State Bar Service actually happened when I rolled off of the board of directors, and that was last June. And I was kind of at a loss, you know, it was a bittersweet moment. I was finally done with the 3-year stint, but at the same time, I didn't want to leave. And so I stuck around for the meeting, for the new candidates that were coming in. And I watched that meeting, and that's when my heart melted, because Director Wynn got up and told her story. And if you didn't hear that, and if you didn't get moved by that, you need to go see Diane after this meeting, because she's a really good counselor and she can help you with that problem. That was a moving moment for me, hearing her story, hearing what her family went through and how she has excelled. And then I looked around the room and I saw the great diversity of characters that we have that make up this board. And I looked up at the leadership table and I saw Chair Wooten hand over the gavel to Chair Stafford. I looked and I saw Steve and I saw Santos and I saw our beloved Cindy. And I realized at that moment, our diversity in this room is our strength. We are able to take people from every type of influence, every political type of belief, every race, religion, come together, meet, and make things happen, and do things for the good of lawyers, and do things for the good of the people of the state of Texas. And we do it with a smile on our face. And for that, I commend you, and I say, you owe yourselves a round of applause, because that is awesome. So, that being said, that's why I love this organization. Now then, why is it that I want to take on this responsibility and this task? And why am I the person who is suited to do this? Well, I want to talk about my experience. I've been a lawyer for 42 years. I started out in general practice. I went to work for a firm. I realized then that I needed to go out on my own. I did. I followed that desire. And I had the privilege of being able to try cases all over this state. I've tried cases in Marfa, Texas. I've tried cases in Kermit, not the frog, but the city. I've tried Midland, Odessa, Lubbock, Austin, Houston, Dallas, Rockwall. I've been fortunate. And I bring that not to toot my own horn, but to tell you that experience gives me the unique ability to represent the lawyers of Texas. I've been in all fields of practice: family, criminal, personal injury, business litigation. I bring that as experience that I can use to help represent the lawyers better. I want to see us provide more access to justice. I want to work to continue the legacy that was started by Chief Justice Heck towards making access to justice, and work with Harriet, somebody I still can't call Harriet, but I did. I want to work with that legend and TYLA to create more streamlined access by people in need for legal services and expand those legal services. I want to see CLE to educate lawyers about the bar service. I want to see local bars involved more. I want to see our social media presence to educate lawyers about the bar expanded. There's so many things I want to do. I want to carry on the work of Santos Vargas for mentorship, the work of Steve Benesh for, oh my gosh, you know, how do we bottle that? His ambassadorship, Cindy Tisdale for civility, President Gibson for compassion. I want to carry all that out. My cell phone number, take your cell phone out, put this in it, is 214-728-4199. Please call me if you have any questions. I have the passion. I have the desire. And in my faith, I believe in God, and I ask God to bless each and every one of you, and to bless this organization, and to carry us forward and do the good work for the lawyers of this state in an honorable fashion. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate the honor of being here. Thank you.
Thank you, President-elect candidate G. David Smith. We're going to go a bit out of order. We're moving from 11B, which is the anticipated agenda item, to agenda item 26, the liaison report to be given by our Supreme Court liaison, Senior Justice Deborah Learman.
Thank you so much, Chair Stafford. And on behalf of the court, I want to, as always, thank all of you in this room. You do so much for the jurisprudence of the state of Texas and for the people of the state of Texas. And so I want to genuinely thank you. I want to thank the State Bar staff. As always, what would we do without Trey, without Jen, without everybody who just does so much for us? Thank you very much. And for these wonderful leaders, my goodness, Chair Stafford, President Benesh, we have President-elect Vargas, and of course the fabulous, is that okay? beloved, Cindy Tisdale, and everyone else in this room, who's also beloved, by the way. But we do thank you all so very much. And I want to thank my wonderful colleague, the wonderful Justice Evan Young. I know that you all know he's been a co-deputy with me for the last several years. I think you've gotten to know him, and I know that you agree with me that he's everything I've always said that he is, and the more that you get to know him, the more I believe you will appreciate that. So thank you so much, my wonderful colleague. So let me tell you a little bit about what's going on. You might have heard that our esteemed Chief Justice Nathan Heck retired. And so that's been a little bit of a change. His indeed shoes were hard to fill, big shoes. I had the honor of serving as Chief Justice for, yes, a week. But I think that Justice Young will tell you it was a wonderful week. But on January the 7th, our governor swore in the new Chief Justice, Jimmy Blacklock, and our new Justice, James Sullivan. And the transition is going well. We have been meeting regularly. Of course, change is always busy, but I want you to know that we're in good hands and everything is going according to plan. A few things that I know you're interested in, and I think one thing that's probably top of your list is licensed paraprofessionals, and what are we doing on that? As you all know, there has been a lot of discussion, a lot of concern has been expressed. The court has listened to those concerns, and right now that project is on hold. Now, I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen. I believe that the legislature is getting involved, and so we will let you know as time proceeds. Of course, if in fact a statute is enacted, then that's going to be out of our hands. And while It is not the court's view that, in fact, this is something that the court does not have authority over. We always try to work with the legislature, and if they intend to get involved, that's certainly going to be something that we will respect and work with. So to let you know, that's kind of where we are on that front right now. Just a few other things. The court finalized bookmarking requirement just last fall. We made final the TRAP amendments that require bookmarking of civil appellate briefs, PFRs, and their appendices, and that changed the order of documents in our petitions for review. So those of you who do appellate work, that's important. That change took effect December 1st. We also made some clarifying changes to our Texas Rules of Civil Procedure. We made clear that the pretrial disclosure rules only require a party to disclose a list of documents the party expects to use at trial, not the documents themselves. There was some confusion about that. And we've made it clear that process servers are certified by the Judicial Branch Certification Commission, not by our court. And again, those rules take effect December 1st. Some of you may be aware, I don't know how common knowledge this is, but the Texas Board of Legal Specialization has now, we have finalized rules, that create a specialty area in judicial administration. So judges are now going to be able to go through the application process and to take an exam. And the board now is in the process of going through that application process, figuring out what should be required, and working on those exam questions. It's a little challenging because it's different. Typically, a specialization is meant to, as a consumer thing, to help consumers know who's specialized in different areas. And of course, people don't get to choose their judges. And so it is a little bit challenging. But this is what we have been, this is what the legislature has said that we need to do, and so we're doing that. This is for judges who have served in the judiciary for at least 4 years and who've presided over at least 20 jury trials, at least 75 non-jury trials, and authored at least 30 appellate opinions. So just something for you all to keep in mind. With regard to our new business courts, as of last week, 32 cases had been filed in the business court. 26 had been removed to the business court for a total of 58 cases. I was talking to Jerry yesterday. I think that number's increased a little bit since I just looked last week. The Houston division, unsurprisingly, has the most cases. As of last week, it was 22, followed by Dallas at 15. San Antonio at 8, Fort Worth at 6, and Austin at 7. But there's some redistribution going on to equalize that. The business court is opposed of 16 cases, and there are 4 business court cases on appeal. As far as the Court of Appeals side, the court, with the assistance of the Court of Appeals, transferred a little bit fewer than 100 cases to CA-15 on September 1st. And these were cases that were filed between September 1st of 23 and September 1st of 24, and would fall under the CA-15's exclusive jurisdiction. So we're going to have, the CA-15 has heard oral argument in 10 cases, 2 cases set for January, and 4 cases for February, and they've already issued 17 opinions. So they're really doing their job. We thank all of the people who are working in that capacity, and certainly our own Jerry Blurt from Fort Worth. Thank you very much for your work. So let me close. As always, you all know how much I appreciate in the court, the legal profession, what we do. The importance can never be overstated in my estimation. And let me quote the words of John Locke: where the law ends, tyranny begins. As you all know, I frequently say that lawyers are the foot soldiers of our Constitution, of the rule of law. I can think of no time that that's more important than today. And for that, I thank you.
Thank you, Senior Justice Deborah Learman, and thank you, Justice Evan Young. Any comments or questions for Senior Justice Deborah Learman? Hearing none, back to agenda item 11B. Next, we'll hear from Director Matthew Hill, Chair of the Policy Manual Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I was wondering if I was going to have to edit my comments here. Good morning. And I want to say thank you to all of our fellow directors that have come to Austin in this uncharacteristically cool weather, and I wish you all safe travels home after the meeting. Moving on to business. As you all know, Texas Bar CLE speakers generously volunteer their time to write and speak at Texas Bar CLE seminars. Board policy currently allows for reimbursement for meals for up to $40 a day, a number that has not changed since the mid-'80s. And as you all know, much has changed since the mid-'80s, not the least of which is the cost of meals and food, especially since COVID. So both the CLE Committee and the Policy Manual Committee have approved a request from the staff that the cap be increased to $60 a day. So on behalf of the Policy Manual Subcommittee, I'd like to make a motion for approval to increase the CLE speaker meal reimbursement to a maximum in section 7.03.08C3 from $40 to $60 per day.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, Director Hill. Okay, we're going to have lunch in a bit. And I'm not sure. We'll take it out of order. Okay. Okay, I think Forrest stepped out for a bit, but we're going to take item 13 out of order, if we may, and hear from Stuart Colburn, Chair of the Minimum Continuing Legal Education Committee. Is Stuart here? Okay, thank you, Stuart.
Chair, President, and I don't know if it's beloved or beloved. We might need a subcommittee to work that out. I propose a couple of potential chairs of that. Rudy, or maybe that's something you could help out with. Quick hands. How many people have judged mock trial or moot court competition? Raise your hand. Thank you for helping us all out. You now, as of September of last year, we did a study because some judges came to us, as well as some high-profile litigators, and said, we would like 3 hours of credit of doing that because we spend 8 to 10 hours a day judging. 3 hours of CLE credit sounds pretty good. And so we did a study, and we looked at a bunch of different states. And I must point out, Trey, I know you think that all staff of the State Bar are equal. You're wrong. Because 2 of the 3 back here, and I'm going to embarrass them, Erica, Jean, and Lowry is not here. They support the MCLE as well as a bunch of other stuff, and they have become great friends of mine and my predecessor. And I'm going to really embarrass them by asking you to give them a round of applause for what they do. I'm going to catch that later from them, aren't I? Yes, okay, probably so. We'd studied a bunch of different states. We studied what they do. We took a lot of talk about it, and we actually agreed, and we proposed that to you guys. And in September of last year, both the Executive Committee and the Board of Directors unanimously passed that. And it was great applause across all lawyers that were litigators or appellate lawyers. We immediately got a letter from the ADR committee that said, what about us? And indeed, when we looked at it, we looked only at the proposal that we came to us. We didn't actually take a more expansive view. And indeed, there are competitions for all sorts of things, ADR, mediation, transactions. And so we took a look at that and we said, you know what? They got a point. So we went back to work, and our committee came up with not just what the ADR wanted, but some other things, again, with the great help of the State Bar staff. And we had a proposal that we made January 9th to the committee, the executive committee. You'll see the proposed legislation. What it does is it actually expands the types of things to things like mediation competitions, things like negotiation competitions, and the like. So the credit that we are proposing is the exact same credit, 3 hours. So you might spend all day, but you only get 3 hours of credit for it. Now, we believe, the committee does, that it is important to do this because it's inclusive of all lawyers, not just the litigators, not just the appellate lawyers, but lawyers who do all the other type of work that represent clients and Texans across the state. So it'll be up to the individual attorney to submit paperwork that the MCLE folks will actually create, and the sponsoring committee will provide that to prove that you were actually there and judged or participated in coaching the mock trial. So these are regulation changes. This is not a change to the rule, so it only needs the approval of this august body. So I have to read, we formally make this recommendation on behalf of the committee that there be a motion that the Board of Directors vote to approve the proposed changes to 2.1.2 of the MCLE regulations to include a maximum of 3 hours of MCLE credit for those attorneys who coach or judge arbitration, alternative dispute resolution, mediation, transactional, and negotiation competitions as set forth in section 2.1.2E and F of the MCLE regulations. And we also recommend that the changes become effective upon approval of the Board of Directors.
Thank you, Stuart Coburn. If we have such a motion, please state your name in making the motion. Okay. Director Mateer, is there a second? Seconded by Director Castle. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Back to you.
I have one more. It's a housekeeping measure. A while back, there was a change to the course that all lawyers have to take. And the Texas Center for Legal Ethics changed the mandatory course that all licensed attorneys are required to take. However, it's still in our regulations of the outdated name. So what we would like to do is have the new name of this mandatory course changed to what it's supposed to be and what it currently is. It's the Justice James A. Baker Guide to Ethics and Professionalism in Texas. We have made this recommendation to the Executive Committee. It passed on January 9th unanimously. And so again, on behalf of the MCLE Committee, I request that there be a motion that the Board of Directors vote to approve the proposed changes to Section 1.3 of the MCLE regulations to change the name of the required course that the Texas licensed lawyers need to take from the old name, the Guide to the Basics of Law Practice, to the new name, Justice James A. Baker Guide to Ethics and Professionalism in Texas. We also recommend that the changes become effective upon approval of the Board of Directors.
And this is based on an order from November 17th, 2015. So it already is in place. We just need an official motion from this body. And in stating such the motion, please state your name.
So moved, Director Nicholson. God bless James Baker.
All right, agreed. Is there a second?
Second, Rosalind Perez.
Been properly moved and seconded, and is there any discussion regarding the motion? All in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Stuart. And now we will hear from Forrest Huddleston, Director Huddleston, regarding the Audit and Finance Committee. Back to item number 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I may have been called on while I was out of the room, so apologies for my delinquents here. So today I'm going to talk about a couple of things. I'm going to talk about the finances of the State Bar and where we're at 6 months in. Just a really quick regrounder here. Our fiscal year end is in May. So what I'm going to be talking about today, just to kind of give you guys a little bit of insight into how what I'm talking about compares to what Santos was speaking about, is that mine is kind of looking a little bit in the past. His is looking forward, right? So budget for the next couple of years. I'm talking about how we've performed over the last 6 months. The last 6 months being June through November. So just a regrounder there. So what you see on the screen here is 6 months of activity. So you see $25.6 million in revenues, $25.1 million in expenses. And so a good start for the first 6 months. The one call out here is that the trend line over the last 3 years, from November 22 to 23 to 24, the expenses are increasing a little bit more than the revenues are. And so this is not news to anybody here. You guys have heard us talk about this. So I'm not going to get too into it, but we do expect this trend to continue over the last 6 months of the year and then into the next couple of years. Hence why we're talking about what we're talking about with within the budget committee as well, and thinking forward ahead to how we can continue to see this gap increase between revenues and expenses in the future. So just a real quick kind of comparison of actuals and how they compare to what was in the budget. So this also should not be news to you guys. We have a budget that we set in prior years, and then we look at, hey, how are we performing against those budgeted numbers? And so what you see here is that our revenues are actually almost $1 million higher than what we budgeted for the first 6 months. And then you see expenditures being about $1 million lower. And so the net variance there is about $2 million better within actuals compared to what was budgeted, which is a good thing. Next slide real quickly. I'm going to go through our internal and our external audits. So again, not news to you guys for internal audits. Within the 5-year plan, there was an agreement for us to take a look at IT, HR, and then the Public Fund Investment Act compliance. And so we will talk more about that in our April board meeting, but we expect a clean opinion from all of those. We have McConnell Jones doing our internal audits. Next, real quickly, I'm going to go through our external audit, which, just as a reminder, internal audit being, hey, this is how we continue to improve our operations. Are we reporting numbers correctly? Do we have controls in place in order to make sure that we are reporting those numbers correctly? And then whenever we look at an external audit is making sure that the numbers that we actually have in the financial statements are correct. So just a reminder on the difference between those two. And so I actually do have a motion on the financial audit, because you'll notice in your materials we have the full audit opinion and then the management letters for our fiscal year 2024 audit that was recently issued to us. So our year ended May of 2024. So just a couple of high points there. Weaver is our external audit firm, and they completed the financial audit of the State Bar's comprehensive financial statements for the year 2023 to 2024. The annual financial report and audit results were presented to the Audit and Finance Committee on January 8th. The financial audit resulted in the bar receiving an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion that you can get. For those who are familiar with that, that means that they gave us a clean opinion, which is really a testament to the work of the finance function and leadership at the State Bar. So well done. I would like to give them a round of applause for getting that, because that's a huge feat. Just a few quick updates on kind of the happenings of the accounting department for the year. The State Bar implemented a new accounting rule in the annual financial report called GASB 96, GASB standing for Governmental Accounting Standards Board. So it's a statement that provides guidance on accounting and reporting subscription-based information technology arrangements by governmental entities. So just a kind of random call out there in case anybody's interested, feel free to come to me after for more detail on that. Also included in your board packet is a document from Weaver entitled Governance Letter. The governance letter is intended for the board of directors and is required by auditing standard to summarize the required communications about the audit process and the results. The report states that Weaver encountered no difficulties during the audit, which is another win for us, and did not have any disagreements with management. Again, a big win. So well done to the team on that. The last thing that I'll say on this is that the auditors did note one area of improvement for us in their management letter. Management may have had a couple of findings on this. They were immaterial to the financial statements as a whole. And so as a result of that, they did record a couple of adjustments that needed to be made in order for the numbers in the financial statements to be reported fairly and accurately. So they are addressing that for improvement in the future. Next, I am going to really quickly make a motion here. So if there are any questions, happy to entertain them. But on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move to approve the fiscal year 2023 to 2024 annual financial report and financial audit opinion.
Coming from a committee, there is no second needed. Is there any discussion regarding approving and accepting the financial audit for fiscal year ending May 31st, 2024? Hearing none. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you so much. I know you guys love hearing about this, but I do have one more thing, so bear with me here. I'm going to go over the quarterly investment reports for the quarters ending November 2024 and August 2024. The State Bar's November and August 2024 quarterly investment reports are included in your board packet. Nathan Smith, who's the director for PFM Asset Management, who's the manager of our investments, presented the investment report to the Audit and Finance Committee on January 8th. A couple of quick callouts on this that, again, should sound familiar to you guys. The State Bar's general fund portfolio is fully invested in a couple of different types of securities: U.S. Treasuries, federal agency securities, high-quality commercial paper, FDIC-insured certificates of deposit, and AAA-rated money market mutual funds. So if there are any questions on that, happy to go into it a little bit further, but the materials include the quarterly investment reports. Overall performance is good, which should sound familiar with what Santos was saying earlier. So with that, unless there are no questions, on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move to approve the November 2024 and August 2024 State Bar quarterly investment reports.
Coming from a committee, there's no second needed. Regarding a motion to approve and accept the quarterly investment report of the quarters ending August 31st, 2024, and November 30th, 2024. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you so much. That concludes my report. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Huddleston. At this time, we will take our lunch break, and we will gather back in the room for the meeting at 12:25. So it's about 22 minutes-ish. We stand adjourned for lunch. Okay, I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. And right now, we're going to hear from Director Liz Cantu, Chair of the Administration Committee.
Thank you, Chair Stafford. Hello again, everybody. Hi. I'll wait for Judge to sit down. Let's all watch Judge. There we go. Okay, so I am here today to present the Administration Committee report. The committee recently received 3 proposed rule changes from the Court Rules Committee regarding Texas Rules of Civil Procedure 500.2P and 500.2AC, along with Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 9.9E. The committee met on January 14th to consider whether to recommend approval of the proposed changes. The committee unanimously voted to recommend these 3 proposed changes be approved by the board for referral. If the board approves these referrals, it's important to note that there would still be an opportunity for review by the Supreme Court and its Supreme Court Advisory Committee before any change would potentially take place. It would ultimately be up to the Supreme Court whether to adopt a change, and if the court was considering a change, there would generally be an opportunity for public comment. The proposed changes submitted by the Court Rules Committee are included in the meeting materials for today. I believe it's at around page 322. I will overview each proposal very briefly and make 3 motions for board approval. First, for the Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 500.2P, the proposal amends the rule to better define a judgment to make clearer when post-judgment action timelines are triggered. And so to remove uncertainty whether an order is interlocutory or final, a final judgment can be immediately recognizable so that a higher court can determine its jurisdiction by the face of the lower court judgment and whether res judicata attached to parties who appeared before the Justice Court. For this reason, the proposed change defines judgment more clearly to include a cross-reference to Rule 505.1. This general definition will incorporate the required form and language to clearly set out that the running of post-judgment deadlines and will protect the integrity and contiguity of rules governing a final judgment. As noted earlier, the Administration Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this change, and therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the referral of the Court Rules Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 500.2P to the Texas Supreme Court for consideration.
Thank you. Coming from a committee, there's no second needed. Is there any discussion regarding Court Rules Committee's proposed amendment to Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 500.2P? Hearing none. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you. Second rule, 500.2 AC is a new proposed rule, and yes, the AC is correct, as the rule includes A through Z and begins AA, AB, and then AC. This proposed new rule addresses the issue of orders or judgments that sanction a party. This rule clarifies dismissal with or without prejudice on discovery sanction orders. A counterclaim is not compulsory in justice court. There is a need to establish a rule that prohibits a sanctioned party from filing the same cause of action in a higher court when a counterclaim remains pending in justice court. Currently, the sanctioned party might file in the higher court, thus split the case between 2 jurisdictions. In such instances, the counterclaim is limited to the Justice Court $20,000 subject matter jurisdiction, while the sanctioned party has invoked an unlimited subject matter jurisdiction. While discovery in Justice Court is limited by the court, discovery in the higher court is broad, with the likelihood of substantial costs to the parties. The 2 cases will be processed on separate tracks. They would be managed by different offices, staff, and judges. Therefore, it would not be judicially economical and would burden the courts and administrative systems. Moreover, judgments issued by the 2 courts are unlikely to reach the same result. By requiring the parties to remain in justice court until all parties' claims are finally adjudicated, the proposed rule maintains the parties on the established track that permits appellate review after adjudication. This prevents splitting the case between 2 trial courts. This proposed rule is in sync with the proposed amendment to Rule 500.2P above that I just talked to you in the judgments above in your packet. And as noted earlier, the Administration Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this change. Therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the referral of the Court Rules Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 500.2 AC to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration.
Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion?
I got a question, Paul.
Please introduce yourself for the record.
I'm Jason Charbonnet. I'm actually a Justice Court judge. I have just a quick question, Liz. Does this have anything to, does it mess anything up with the statute of limitations if I dismiss the original claim and keep the counterclaim? Does the original claim, does the statute of limitations continue, or is it told at that point?
That's a good question. I don't think we discussed the tolling, but what it requires is that they stay together. And so is your, I
They
guess I
don't
understand
stay,
your concern.
so if you've got original claim and the counterclaim,
Mhm.
and I dismiss the original claim for, they didn't respond to discovery, whatever the case may be, the counterclaim can still keep going.
Right?
How long does the original claim, because if they want
Right.
to take it to a higher court, does
Right.
that stop the statute of limitations on that one? Or because they can hold this counterclaim and keep requesting stuff till the statute of limitations runs out on the first one?
There's no discussion of tolling. It doesn't add it.
Do you think
So-
that we should hold this particular vote and send it back to your committee and just see if we can line that out to see if the statute of limitations, maybe we can hold that? Because I think it's important to make sure that we have that on record is for what the actual statute would call for.
I mean, I guess if that's how the board votes, then that's what happens, or we don't take a vote at all today, but I don't know procedurally how, I mean, they would have to vote no to send it to the court for recommendation.
Yeah, it's an approval of the committee's, oh, Chris? Chris Ritter?
Make sure I understand, in case this
Sure.
would be helpful, because I think that the only thing that this rule does, and I'm just reading through this and considering it, is avoid having two cases running at once. It doesn't affect limitations in any way that's not already affected by pending cases. So to my knowledge, there's no effect on any statute of limitations.
But if I dismissed it, it would not be pending anymore, the original claim. So they still would have a certain amount of time to get that case filed if it was still within the statute of limitations. If they've got 4 weeks to get that case filed in a higher court or refiled in my court, then the statute of limitations could be all jumbled up. So that's just what I want to make sure of, is that we don't get it.
And so what I guess I'm trying to say is my understanding of what this rule does is avoids allowing two tracks happening at the same time, but it doesn't change anything with regard to any lawsuit that's filed. There can be compulsory counterclaims that have to happen.
Sure.
If the underlying claims are dismissed, this rule would have no effect on statute of limitations.
But we're just talking about one of the claims. We have an original claim and a counterclaim. If I dismiss the original claim, the counterclaim is still going. But the person in the original claim cannot refile his case until that counterclaim in my court has been adjudicated. Say he's got 2 or 3 weeks to be able to refile this, and I can't get the counterclaim to go to trial for 6.
And when you say refile, are you talking about the appeal to district court, or are you talking about the 10-day deadline to file?
Well, I'm talking about if I dismiss it, he has a chance to refile it as an original case, correct? Not appeal it, because I dismissed it. He's not appealing it. So he can't refile the case. That's the way I'm reading this, is that the case cannot be refiled after dismissal until the counterclaim is adjudicated.
And so I would just say, until the case, if a party is in an active lawsuit, and I'm just thinking about this, but if a party's in an active lawsuit and the plaintiff's claims are dismissed, but the counterclaims still exist, I think until there's a final judgment, all of the claims could be amended and continue, even if the court has ruled to dismiss certain claims. Those could be reevaluated until the court loses jurisdiction. So I just don't think this affects statute of limitations, but that's just my reading, and I'm happy if the board would like to discuss it further with the committee, but
And as an actual sitting judge in the Justice Court, I'm happy to do whatever. I just don't want that to start coming up because we're going to get that, we're going to get it. We're in a huge county. If we dismiss that, it's within the statute of limitations, we're going to get filing after filing stating that, well, statute of limitations, we want a motion to dismiss with prejudice because it's past the statute of limitations. Then we're going to dismiss that, or we're going to grant that, or they're going to appeal it up to the higher court, and we're clogging up the higher court now, the appeals court, with appeals that maybe we could just handle right here.
And I just want to clarify one piece of this. This is not a general change, but it really addresses the problem when a court issues a sanction of a party and what that can do with regard to counterclaims and having two tracks of appeals.
But the sanction could be dismissal.
Yeah.
Not
I just wanted
monetary, it could be just dismissal. So that's my only, that's the only thing that scares me in it. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Director Charbonnet.
May I ask
Mr. Nguyen.
if I inquire the chair? Let me first say I found myself in this sort of rat's nest trying to litigate a homeowners association dispute, discovered that surety bonds are not available, requires and gets you into all sort of minutia, and there are some concerns that come up here. Let me ask if a motion to table would be in order. Would a motion to table be in order?
It would actually be a motion to withdraw the action item.
Okay, then.
Same result.
Then would I have standing to make that motion, or would the subcommittee chair have to do that?
Well, it's the subcommittee chair, but are there any other questions from the body for discussion? I'll hand it back to the subcommittee chair, Director Cantu.
Okay, well, based on the comments, we're going to withdraw this action item so that it can go back for discussion, and we can, if we repropose it, can have an answer to the question on what effect this has on limitations. Okay, well then moving on to the, let's see. Okay, so we were on the last one. Okay, so finally, the Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 9.9E currently states that documents containing unredacted sensitive data must not be posted. Rule 9.4J4 requires that parties combine an appendix with their electronically filed brief. The current version of Rule 9.9E places a broad obligation on appellate courts not to post documents on their webpage that contain unredacted sensitive information. But appellate courts and courts of appeals in particular are not able to consistently comply with this requirement because they lack sufficient staff to go through every page of every appendix to screen for sensitive data. The United States Supreme Court places the responsibility on counsel and parties that their filed documents do not have unredacted sensitive data in them. And so Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 9.10E likewise already places this responsibility on the filer of the document. The proposed amendment to Rule 9.9E utilizes language from the U.S. Supreme Court guidelines for the submission of documents and incorporates language from the Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 9.10E to shift the current burden in subsection E away from appellate court and to the filing party. This proposal enables appellate courts to post all electronically filed documents on their web pages without risking violation of a rule that they cannot practically comply with. And the proposed amendment further explains that if an appellate court discovers unredacted sensitive data in a document, it shall not allow that document to be posted on the court's webpage. The modified rule would therefore state, in congruence with 9.10E, the responsibility to redact in any filed document rests with counsel and the parties. The filing of a document with an appellate court constitutes a certification by the filer that the document complies with the requirement of this rule. If an appellate court discovers unredacted sensitive data in a document, it shall not allow that document to be posted on the court's webpage. As noted earlier, the Administration Committee unanimously voted to recommend approval of this change. Therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the referral of the Court Rules Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 9.9E to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration.
Coming from a committee, there's no second required. Is there any discussion regarding the Administration Committee's recommendation regarding the Court Rules Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 9.9E regarding the responsibility of parties and counsel to redact sensitive information and file documents to align with the Supreme Court's guidelines for the submission of documents and with current language from Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 9.10E? Hearing no discussion, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Cantu. Now we'll hear from the Chair of the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee, Director Alex Stelly.
Chair, President, thank you. The subcommittee has been meeting since April of 2024 to review the bar's strategic plan and performance measures for updates as required by statute every 2 years. The process included the board's work session on July 24th in Houston, where the professional facilitator led us in a series of discussions to help us guide this strategic plan update. The subcommittee then met on September 18th, November 19th, and January 14th to review, refine, and complete the strategic goals that are presented in your meeting materials starting at page 332. One of our objectives was to streamline the strategic plan to make it easier to follow while continuing to uphold the State Bar's commitment to service to the public and our members. And you will see that reflected in the proposal before you. The main difference is in the number of categories. The existing strategic plan has 6 categories that guides its goals and performance measures: service to the public, service to members, protection of the public, access to justice, sound administration resources, and financial management. In the updated strategic plan, we have consolidated those priorities into the 3 board categories: service to the public, serving our members, and serving our mission. Of course, the State Bar remains committed to those other categories: protecting the public, access to justice, sound administration, and financial management. We will continue to set goals and performance measures related to those priorities. They will just appear under these remaining broader categories. During this process, some directors expressed a desire to streamline the strategic plan enough to fit on a single page, so that we have also provided a one-page version of the strategic plan on page 336 in your materials. The subcommittee voted on January 14th to recommend approval of the updated strategic plan. We have 2, though, very minor changes, and I think they both are with service to the public. Under B4, it says fostering a bench and bar the represents, and we need to change that to that represents the diversity of Texas. And under C3, there is a slight change. It talks about promoting pro bono service, and we're going to add and support among our members. Some people can't maybe provide pro bono service, but they can provide support to those pro bono services. So we're going to make those very 2 small changes. So, Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the updated State Bar of Texas strategic plan.
With the amendments to row number 1, serving the public, B4 and C3 is coming from a committee, so there's no second required. Is there any discussion regarding the motion and recommendation that the strategic plan of the State Bar be approved? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Director Stelly. Now we'll have a report from Director Lawrence Morales, Chair of the Client Security Fund Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very brief report. So the Client Security Fund Committee met on January 8th via Zoom. The subcommittee reviewed 45 cases, approved 33, and dispersed $196,449. For the current bar year, the subcommittee has reviewed 136 cases, approved 74, for a total of $442,467. An update on the Christopher Pettit cases. You may recall a former attorney in San Antonio. There are dozens of applications to the committee for reimbursement of expenses, and there's a question about whether Mr. Pettit was acting in a legal capacity or otherwise such that it would affect how we make a decision on those applications. So the subcommittee approved a motion to retain attorney Casey Burns of the Burns Law Firm in Marble Falls as outside counsel to consult and provide counseling to the subcommittee. That engagement is to provide legal counsel on the issue of whether former attorney Christopher Pettit was acting as an attorney or otherwise when providing various services that are the subject of certain applications for compensation to the security fund. That is the end of my report.
Thank you, Director Morales. Are there any comments or questions for Director Morales? Hearing on, next up is Director Aaron Tobin, Chair of the Professional Development Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The subcommittee met jointly with the CLE Committee last fall to discuss new topics for CLE programs and publications. Then our next meeting will be April 29th. Here are a few highlights from the subcommittee. Texas Bar CLE has a new course called Becoming an Appellate Lawyer. Topics will include managing client expectations, advanced research techniques, effective brief writing, and strategies for oral advocacy. The course also explores the use of AI in appellate law, navigating the appellate record, and adding criminal appeals to a civil practice. There will be opportunities during the program to participate in small group Q&A and practice the skills presented as well as receive feedback. The Office of Minority Affairs recently disseminated the bar exam prep scholarship to all Texas law schools. By helping defray the financial burden of preparing for the Texas bar exam, this scholarship facilitates the transition into the legal profession for law students from backgrounds traditionally underrepresented in the profession. The scholarship is open to all Texas law students studying for the Texas bar exam. The Office of Minority Affairs will soon begin planning this year's Texas Minority Council program, which is scheduled to take place October 7 through 9 in Dallas. Texas Bar Books is releasing new additions to the Texas Civil Pattern Jury Charges. Volumes that cover business, employment, general negligence, malpractice, and oil and gas will be released this spring. A new edition of the PJC concerning family and probate matters was released last year. In November, the Law Practice Management Committee and the Law Practice Management Program released an update to the online succession planning toolkit. The toolkit provides resources to help attorneys plan for sudden cessation of their practice, make plans for the orderly succession of their practice, or serve as a custodian if they are called on to help wind down a colleague's practice. The toolkit is available on the texaspractice.com website. The State Bar is committed to providing quality CLE to lawyers at all stages of their practice and from all income brackets. Currently, there are 3.25 hours of free online classes on texasbarcle.com. We also offer full and partial scholarships for seminars, webcasts, and online classes. Scholarships are also available for downloadable and online publications through Texas Bar Books. The process is fast, easy, and confidential. And finally, and most importantly, Texas Bar CLE's Deputy Director, Mary Volk, is retiring after nearly 30 years of service to the State Bar. Yeah, Mary was brought on board in the CLE department in 1995 to help navigate coming into the digital era. Mary was instrumental in making Texas Bar CLE one of the early providers of online CLE, solidifying its place as a leader in the Texas market. While Mary is not here today, we are very thankful for her outstanding service and will miss her dearly. Mr. Chair, that concludes the report.
Thank you, Director Tobin. Are there any comments from directors or questions? Now we'll hear from Director Radha Thiagarajan. with a report from the Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee.
Yeah. That's my chairwoman right there.
Thank you, Co-Chair. That's because he doesn't have to read the report, so he's excited that I'm here. Okay. That being said, thanks, Jeff. I'm here to provide the Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee General Report. The subcommittee met on January 15th to hear updates on the State Bar's Member Benefits Program. I will share a few highlights of the meeting. With respect to insurance member benefits, an important time of year for many private practice members is the federal individual health insurance open enrollment. This year, it started on November 11th, 2024, and ended on January 15th, 2025. We will update you on open enrollment numbers at our April meeting. Currently, the exchange works with 492 Texas law firms and numerous solo practitioners. Every other year, we conduct a customer satisfaction survey to measure satisfaction with the enrollment process and the program as a whole. The next survey will be conducted this spring. Moving on to life insurance claims. At the January board meeting, I did discuss how there's an unanticipated increase in life insurance claims in recent years, and that has affected programs nationwide and not exclusive to our program. This has impacted the trust term life insurance offered by the State Bar through the exchange. As noted before, to mitigate the impact of the increase in claims, Prudential implemented an increase of 15% on trust term life insurance rates effective January 1st, 2025. While there's been little impact on enrollments since the rate increase, it is still early to know the full impact. Since customers were notified of the rate increase, the exchange has received fewer than expected objections to the change. The staff continues to monitor the claims experience of the Trust Term Life program. There have been minimal claims this fiscal year, and the program is performing better than in years past. Moving on to the status of the Members Health Plan expansion to solos. Last meeting, I mentioned that the Members Health Plan, or MHP, is a group plan exclusive to Texas law firms, and it's expected to be rolled out to solo practitioners for the first time in 2025. This is important because limited options are available on the individual marketplace, and all PPO plans have been removed. While programs like MHP have historically not been available to solos due to Texas insurance regulations, in 2023, the Texas legislature passed legislation to permit programs like the MHP to offer coverage to solo practitioners. The expansion to solos is expected to happen by this summer, and we will communicate the news to this board as well as our members when it happens. Moving on to non-insurance member benefits provided by the bar. In June 2024, the State Bar launched Smoke Ball Bill as a free benefit to all members. Smoke Ball Bill is a standalone cloud-based law firm billing and trust accounting product that's designed to include everything lawyers need to bill their clients, get paid, and balance their books compliantly. Based on our latest statistics of January 22nd, 2025, there are 864 firms that have signed up for Smoke Ball Bill, and we have 956 total users. Moving on to mental health therapy benefit, as mentioned by beloved immediate past President Tisdale earlier today, the mental health therapy benefit through BetterHelp has continued to grow, and our members are reporting a high rate of satisfaction. And finally, I moved on to our new benefit that is an online notary service. In October 2024, the State Bar added Proof, P-R-O-F, as a new benefit provider. Proof makes it easy to notarize documents quickly and securely from your home or office. With Proof, you can connect with a licensed notary in seconds using any internet-enabled device, whether it's your smartphone, your tablet, your computer, and Proof's notaries are available 24/7. So through the State Bar's agreement with Proof, State Bar members will receive a 10% discount on all online notarizations, including affidavits, powers of attorneys, wills, leases, trusts, and deeds. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Thiagarajan. And I want to comment on the hard work that that committee in particular is doing. So thank you for all the work that you're doing. Any comments from the directors or questions? Director Cade Browning will now provide a report from the Appeals Grant Review Committee.
Pleased to report this committee did not work very hard this last time since the last meeting. So this will be a very short and non-controversial report. As y'all may know, the Appeals and Grant Subcommittee board policy dictates that internal entities such as committees and TYLA obtain the approval of the Appeals and Grant Subcommittee in order to seek outside funding for their projects. In your materials, you will see a wonderful letter by TYLA President-elect Martinez that sets out a TYLA proposed project entitled Texas Public Service Lawyers, and they are seeking authorization to grant funding from the Texas Bar Foundation. Public service lawyers profoundly impact communities across Texas, working tirelessly to ensure justice and essential services are accessible to all. This project, as she sets out in her wonderful letter, will highlight their stories and provide practical resources for aspiring public service attorneys by showcasing the meaningful work of those professionals. TYLA hopes to inspire a new generation of lawyers to consider public service careers. It's a multifaceted website on this, another amazing TYLA project about public service law, and it focuses on the contributions of Texas lawyers in public service and providing practical resources for aspiring public service attorneys. So there's my TYLA report for today. The Appeals and Grant Subcommittee unanimously approved the request to seek funding for that project from the Texas Bar Foundation. Because we made that decision, there's no action required by y'all, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Director Browning. Any comments or questions?
We're happy to get you on the board.
Director Nguyen.
Not beloved, but I'm questionable Tony. I do have two questions, and just understanding the program. Two-pronged questions like a typical attorney. One is, the application talked about government attorneys such as public defenders and legal aid lawyers. My question is, will also highlight in-house attorneys who work for nonprofit organizations or 501c3 organizations, specifically charitable organizations? And then my second question is, it talked about the grant being mostly funded by Texas Bar Foundation, but supplemented by TYLA's existing budget. I think it's allotted for $48,000. Is there a way we can know how much of the TYLA's existing budget will be supplementing? Those are my two questions.
President-elect Martinez.
Director Martinez, do you want to speak to that? Microphone.
So the project is still very much in development, so we're very, very happy to address all your concerns and include all of those. It really is just to highlight a lot of what I feel is underrepresented part of the bar. I've been in public service my whole life, or my whole career, so just really motivated to do so. We do not know how much of TYLA budget will supplement, not until we get the full funding from the Texas Bar Foundation. Grant has been submitted, but we still are pending further interview and further decision on their part.
Appreciate it. And it's a great cause. I really applaud you on the program. I just wanted to make sure, as an in-house lawyer, sometimes we get overlooked. All right, thank you.
Which is exactly my point. So yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, President-elect Martinez. Any other questions for Director Browning? Thank you. Now we'll hear from Director David Courageous with a report from the Legislative Policy Subcommittee.
Hello.
Howdy.
Man, scream obscenities.
My name is David Courageous. As you may know, there are a whole bunch of people that are inhabiting our state capitol for the next few months. Legislature is now in session. The 89th legislative session is here for 129 more days, and we could not be more excited. The board has not considered any legislative proposals this session. And for that, we cannot be any more excited. Anyway, any position must be approved through the process outlined in our policy manual. This is to remind you to keep any of your personal legislative activities separate from your SBOT work. I think she's mainly talking to me and Rudy and Christy. But for those of us that do go up there and do interact, it is very important that you do ensure that you are not representing the state bar, but whatever organization you're there to represent or yourself. If you have any questions about the legislation that is coming forth, or if you want any information in general, it'll be extremely helpful to contact Kaylin, and she would greatly appreciate it, and so would all of us. One point of personal privilege, if I may, sir. So many of you know that this area is very important to me. My wife and I met on this corner over here while we were both walking to work over there. And my grandfather was born on that corner in 1909. This building in particular, I've had a lot of memories in. And the very first one was in 2002, when I was upstairs visiting my friend Kaylin Laney in her office with the putting green carpet. God, did you save some of that? I was a first year at St. Mary's Law School, and Kaylin predicted doom. She predicted that I was going to be on this board someday. So, Kaylin, thank you, and thanks for being a friend for so long. Appreciate you.
Can't top that with any questions or comments, but we're gonna keep it moving. Hey, Director Liz Cantu will now give us an update from the ad hoc committee to select at-large directors, and thank you, Director Courageous.
That really was mean to do that and then to send me up here. Because I'm sad too, because I'm leaving too, but I'm not gonna cry. Okay, so. Right now, we'll cry later, but we will cry. Okay, sorry. Oh, I'm salty, it's my third time up here. Okay, so I'm here to talk to everybody about the at-large director report. There are 4 at-large director positions on the State Bar Board. At the annual meeting in June, there will be 2 open positions, and there is a process in board policy to fill those positions. Chris Pineda and I will be rolling off the board as at-large directors, and it really has been my privilege to serve with you and to serve as chair of the ad hoc committee to select at-large members. December 2nd was the deadline to submit nominations to the State Bar, and this year we received 6 for consideration. The ad hoc committee reviewed these nominations on January the 16th and determined that we would interview all of the nominees. They all have exceptional experience, and we feel it appropriate to interview them all. The committee will conduct these interviews on February the 25th here at the Law Center and will recommend 4 nominees to President Benish for consideration. And of those 4, President Benish will choose 2 nominees and submit their appointments to the board for consideration at the April board meeting. Our committee looks forward to taking on this very important task this year. Other members of the committee to serve are Steve Chiscano, Brittany Harrison, Karen Locke, and Rudy Mateer. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Cantu. Any questions or comments from the board? Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up is Judge Jerry Bullard, section representatives to the board.
Director Cantu, I know where you live. I've got my own cheering section apparently in the body of Director Cantu, but thank you for that. Well, it's tough to follow those previous two speakers. I'll do my best. I will continue the theory, in the spirit of brevity, I will continue that. But I do have a couple of items I want to address in my report that are more of coming attractions before I talk about some of the work that our sections have been doing. The Council of Chairs will meet at the Texas Law Center on February 21st. During that meeting, they will be electing 2 new section representatives to the board, one from a large section and one from a medium section. Nominations are open. The deadline to submit nominations is Monday, February 3rd. So if any of you know any members of your respective sections that you're part of who may be good candidates from a large or medium section, let them know that they can submit applications to be nominated. The Hispanic issues section will be proposing a name change, and they are going to propose a change from the Hispanic issues section to the Hispanic lawyers section. Per their bylaws, the proposed name change is currently working its way through the process, and we anticipate providing you with more details about that at the April board meeting. Now, just to give you a little bit of a report on our sections, you can ask any of the section representatives on this board, and there are 6 of us, in case you didn't know that. We like to brag on the work of all of our sections. They're the bar's greatest resource. Being involved in a section is how I got involved in the state bar and how I ended up on this board. And the sections are responsible for a great deal of the bar's work product. There are 49 sections at last count, so there is a lot of great activity going on. A lot of our sections are doing terrific pro bono work, but I wanted to take a moment to highlight a few of the pro bono projects from various sections. If I'm not listing a section you're part of, please don't be offended. We had to pick and choose, and so I'm going to highlight a few. The first one is from the corporate counsel section. The corporate counsel section continues their tradition of giving grants to deserving Texas organizations who provide pro bono services. The section's pro bono grant committee has given $60,000 in grants for 2024, and with this contribution, the section has now donated $969,951 in grant funds since 1997. Now, I would like to say the funding source of those grants does not come from membership dues, but are made possible by the generous donations of this section's champions of pro bono. The Administrative and Public Law section, they're proud to partner with the Volunteer Legal Services of Central Texas to offer their section members an opportunity to provide pro bono legal services. They began this partnership in 2023 and include an article in each of their section newsletters to provide their members with contact information so VLS can match attorneys with relevant volunteer opportunities. The litigation section, they're on track to donate $70,000 through their grant and internship programs. And these are programs that promote education and charitable activities that improve the administration of our justice system, advance public education and understanding of the judicial system, and are sensitive to the needs of the public and the legal profession. Each year, the litigation section offers 4 full scholarships to legal aid staff attorneys and pro bono volunteers to attend the section's annual Litigation Update Institute. Immigration and Nationality Law section. They've worked hard over the past year to collaborate with other sections to provide free monthly crossover CLEs to members to disseminate information and to network for purposes of expanding access to immigration law assistance. And I'm going to take a minute here. These crossover CLEs, by the way, that the sections are involved in, the outreach is tremendous. Every time we've had an opportunity to have these programs, inviting other section members to attend, the attendance, most of it's virtual, has been just outstanding. So great work for sections like the immigration section. The section has also created resources for practitioners in partnership with the Center for Legal and Social Justice at St. Mary's University School of Law, and encourages participation with nonprofit organizations, planning workshops and events that serve the legal needs of the community at large on a pro bono and a low bono basis. And finally, the real estate, probate, and trust law section continues to proudly donate to the Sharon Crowley Lawyer Wellness Trust, and encourages other sections to donate as well. We often hear about the Sharon Crowley Trust. We haven't heard about them today, but we're going to hear about them briefly, because as you know, the trust exists to provide an opportunity for Texas attorneys who experience addiction and or mental health challenges and who are without resources to obtain treatment. In many cases, treatment will allow them to begin their process of reclaiming their lives, their families, their practices, and their standing in the community. In some cases, that treatment even saves lives. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Judge Bullard. Are there any comments or questions from directors? Our Chief Disciplinary Counsel, Shauna Willig, will provide a report for the Commission for Lawyer Discipline.
Thank you, Chair Stafford, and thank you, everyone, for your attention. I'm the Chief Disciplinary Counsel, and this is our quarterly report. It's in your materials, but here are the highlights of the last quarter. 72 complaints were resolved through 60 sanctions. We had 4 disbarments, 2 resignations in lieu of discipline, 14 suspensions, 9 public reprimands, 17 private reprimands, and 14 cases resolved through the grievance referral program. For the first half of the year, that translates to 183 complaints resolved through 124 sanctions. Our offices were able to collect $143,179 in attorney fees through those disciplinary actions. And lastly, just a reminder that February will start the time for my office to be reaching out to you and your districts for vacancies that are coming up on local grievance committees. So be on the lookout, and please be responsive in getting the nominations back to us in a timely manner so that President Benesch can make his appointments in a timely manner. What you need to let your potential nominees know is the time commitment involved. They need to be prepared to spend about 1 full day a month hearing cases wherever they are in their district. What we need in terms of area of practice are attorneys and public members as well, but that have some focus in either family law, criminal law, immigration is helpful, probate, and personal injury. So those are the areas that we need to see some of the expertise, if at all possible. So the next meeting will be the end of April, so it'll be too late for me to prepare you and remind you about this, because everything will need to be turned in before May 1st. So if you have questions or need any kind of guidance, we do have a kind of like a policy manual on this. Just let me know and I'll be sure to send it out to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Disciplinary Counsel Shauna Willig. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Is willing to send us out for, the list of the areas, subject matter areas.
And that's from Director Lowell Keeg.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. Now we'll hear from Stephanie Lowe with the Ombudsman update.
Hi, good afternoon. As he said, I'm Stephanie Lowe. I'm the Ombudsman for the Attorney Discipline System of the State Bar of Texas. And I'm just going to give a brief presentation on my office's annual report, which covers the activity of my office from September 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2024. You guys have a copy of the report in your materials, so I'm just going to go through the highlights and then I'll take any questions. For a little background on my office, for those who are unfamiliar, it was created during the last Sunset Review of the State Bar of Texas. The Sunset Commission and the statute that created my office provide that I am a source of information for the public about the grievance system, a monitor of the attorney discipline system, independent and confidential. On the other hand, I am prohibited from doing a few things, including drafting a complaint or acting as an advocate for a member of the public, reversing or modifying a finding or judgment in any disciplinary proceeding, or intervening in any disciplinary matter. My office received 797 inquiries this year, which is consistent with the 799 inquiries received last year. As reflected in the charts on pages 3 through 6 of my report, the things to note about the past year's inquiries are the percentage of people who contacted my office via phone leveled off, and those who used email slightly increased. And in a reverse of previous trends, phone responses slightly decreased while email responses remain stable. My office strives to provide every response as quickly as possible. This year, the average time to close an inquiry was 0.95 days, which continues the trend of improving response turnaround times every year. I'm now going to discuss the common complaints I heard about the system as highlighted in my report. Like previous reporting periods, my office received many complaints about the alleged lack of transparency of the attorney discipline process. While many criticisms from previous years persisted, the most prevalent complaints this year were from complainants whose grievances were affected by the technological glitches caused by the CDC upgrading the systems they use to store and keep track of grievances. These issues have since been resolved, so while they're addressed in my report, they have been resolved by the CDC. On the respondent side, the Ombudsman heard from an attorney amidst the grievance system who noted that the hearing process was difficult for them to navigate, citing a lack of upfront information about what to expect. Beyond transparency-related complaints, inquirers also frequently brought up the allegation that the grievance process in the State Bar of Texas as a whole are biased. Most commonly, complainants noted that the process is biased in favor of attorneys, with many commenting that the grievance rules that went into effect in 2023 make the grievance process even more favorable to respondents. While complainants related to transparency and bias were the most common, the Ombudsman also received objections outside of these categories. New to this period, the office received some complaints about the grievance referral program, which is used to address professionalism issues in minor misconduct cases that have reached the just cause stage of the process. Specifically, complainants allege that it's unfair to them because they do not understand why their particular grievances are chosen for the program, and they're upset that they're not consulted before it's referred. Based on these comments, I made some recommendations for improvements in my report. I strove to make different recommendations from those in previous years. And like always, the recommendations do not change my opinion that the system is very well run. My first recommendation is to provide respondents with more information about evidentiary hearings and district court trials. If the CDC's office finds just cause exists, complainants are given the choice to have their matter heard either before a grievance panel or in a district court. One respondent contacted the office this year noting that they did not fully understand the difference between those two options, which led them to make a choice they regretted. While understanding the CDC's office does represent the Commission for Lawyer Discipline, which in essence is the opposing party, it cannot hurt to make sure that respondents are well informed of what to expect at the hearings and to ensure that the process runs smoothly and both parties are prepared. My second recommendation is to provide complainants whose grievances have been enrolled in the grievance referral program with more information about that program. This could include giving more information upon referral as well as updates during the process, such as reasons why the grievances were enrolled, information about what tasks the respondent is required to complete, and the respondent's progress. So that's all I have today. I want to thank you for taking some time to listen to me and open the floor if you have any questions.
Any questions for Ombudsman Stephanie Lowe? Very comprehensive report. Thank you, Stephanie. Next up is Harriet Myers. Just a minute, Harry. No, please. No, just a second. Okay, next up is Harriet Meyer on report on equal access to justice.
Chair Stafford, President Benesch, and the lovely, beloved I wanted to begin my report with speaking with you about our staff, because we've been building our staff through this last year. We have 7 positions, and we share a number of those with the Legal Access Department of the bar. And it's a great relationship because we work with the leaders of the bar, couldn't do without them. And your support for us as the commission is just tremendous. And so we are very pleased and very, very excited today to be able to introduce you. I wasn't aware I would have this opportunity, but our executive director is April Faith Slaker, and she is doing a fabulous job, and she is with us this afternoon, and I'm going to ask her to stand up and be recognized, and if you will thank her with me. So please make an effort as time passes, and I'm sure she'll make an effort to meet you, but if you can search her out and get to know her. She is new to Texas, not exactly totally new. She's been here almost a year, but we are very excited to have her on board. We have been hard at work at the commission and mainly focused right this red hot minute on an intense strategic planning process. It has been ongoing, and I do want to briefly update you on that. The process is important. I was excited when I got here today and found that you were going to be in person honoring Bruce Bauer. Bruce can't be described, really. He's an amazing consultant for us in this process. We have 2. All the wonderful adjectives we heard about Bruce are definitely true. I have a noun that describes him, and it's encyclopedia, because he is just an amazingly well-informed, well-experienced consultant for us, particularly on the local level. John Tull, who did the Access to Justice Foundation strategic plan, has national reputation and experience, and he is amazing also. And they both are working so hard for us, and we really appreciate their efforts. John is just also very knowledgeable of access issues. They interviewed, just the consultants, over 60 individuals around the state to get the background and start preparing for the strategic planning effort. And they talked across the board, people that had been active in the access to justice world, those that were just getting involved, people who didn't know exactly what was going on, but was in areas where they really felt they should know about access to justice. So they were very, very thorough in their interviews. And just a little example, recently we brought together librarians and public law libraries to talk about what they do to help litigants in the courthouse that are low income or self-represented. And that was a fantastic opportunity for us to learn how much is going on in those law libraries. Who knew? I mean, I thought, we're supposed to know those things, and thought we did, and we don't. But the other thing we found out is they don't know about each other either. So they were, for the first time, telling each other what their activities were to provide greater access to justice in our court system. And they've agreed to work together and to keep meeting, and we're going to really use that as a resource for us. I believe you have heard the commission had 6 working groups that have been actively involved, and those are, just to remind you, improving access to courts, increasing the availability of lawyers to be available to low-income persons, increasing the viability of self-help, improving rural access, and addressing legal deserts, resource development. How do we get more funds? How do we get more people? How do we get more expertise? How do we make the unrepresented knowledgeable about what is available to help them? So those are our 6 areas, and along with resource development, where we are definitely looking how to increase the funds available, of course, first, but also people resources and organizational resources, et cetera. And then we'll look at the commission itself. That's always a healthy process also, but we felt that will come later as we finish this plan. And of course, we can't really do that by ourselves. We're created by the Supreme Court, and we have to, so appreciate how much our Supreme Court does in this area. And we're the envy. I mean, you go to these group meetings around the country and you say Texas and they say Chief Justice Heck or access to justice. I mean, they are really aware of how much you as a state bar and how much you have helped contribute to these issues. So we are very fortunate as your access to justice community. We will be, there were over 100 people that participated on these working groups. Volunteers, just interested in getting things done and improving our access availability, and it's very inspirational to see how many people have come forward. And some of the people we looked at, when we say 100 people, we were looking for fresh analysis and fresh eyes on these issues, because we've done a lot down through the years talking about access to justice, but we really wanted an in-depth and refreshed view. The working groups produced 75 separate strategies for increasing access to justice. So our work is cut out for us. In February at our board meeting, we will have a report on where we stand. The working groups did their work. They reported to the Strategic Planning Committee. The committee will make recommendations to the commission, and we will consider those February the 13th at the commission meeting. Anybody who's interested surely should come and meet with us. We still have tremendous amount of work to do to finalize the plan, but we hope to have it basically approved February the 13th. So we expect to increasingly always partner with others, not just the bar, not just our commission, but to talk to social service groups, courthouse personnel, the courts themselves, et cetera. So we're hoping this will be a very thorough plan that will guide our efforts for the next years. The Supreme Court, again, has been very, very supportive, and Justice Brett Busby, who is our liaison, is amazing. He is following in the footsteps of our Chief Justice Hecht, who was the liaison at one point to the Access to Justice Commission. The people who led the working groups are Judge Melody Wilkinson and Judge Laura Livingston, who you also honor today. They did the court access group. Increasing availability of lawyers was chaired by none other than your own Pablo Almaguer. Rural deserts and improving rural access, Judge Roy Ferguson. Increasing the viability of self-help, Roland Johnson, one of our former presidents and very active with the foundation, of course. In increasing resources fell to me, so wish me luck. And as indicated, we'll look at the commission itself as time passes. So just a few other items to mention beyond the strategic plan. You are going to be, I think, extremely impressed with the gala This year, we've always been impressed with the Veterans Gala, but this year, David McAtee of AT&T and Van Beckwith of Halliburton are chairing that committee. And they did what I said just a moment ago. They backed off and said, you know, this has been a wonderful event. We're building on Harry Reisner's contributions for the years. He did a fabulous job, but they are starting afresh, getting new corporations, new law firms, and they recruited a great speaker, Brian Stevenson, to be the speaker at the gala, which will be tremendous. It's at the Four Seasons. It's on April 30th, so please join us. All of the materials will be forthcoming. Veterans efforts, I'll be real quick here. I'd be not able to meet with you again because I would be dead by Terry Tottenham having killed me if I did not mention that he is working very hard on this program to take one veteran to be a lawyer for. And so if you haven't volunteered for Take One, please figure out how to do that, and that'll be good for my health. It is a great program in all seriousness, and Terry helped develop the clinic in the hotel in Houston that is brand new, a partnership with Tunnels to Towers. They have a homeless hotel there, lots of legal needs, and Terry helped us staff a clinic for that hotel. So a lot of good things going on in veterans. So we've got the dues checkoff coming up. Please, when you get your dues statement, if you don't get your dues statement, search it out and make sure that you and all of your partners and friends that you can talk to, so we can get those funds collected. It's very difficult right now, the way they do the dues statement, for lawyers to even see their dues statement. So please help us there. Thank you for this time. Sorry to go on so long, but we are very excited to be able to complete this plan and work with all of you in the future to help close that justice gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet Myers, for your work with the Texas Access to Justice Commission. Are there any comments or questions from directors? Thank you again. Now, Sarah Dysart, fellow chair of the Texas Bar Foundation, will provide an update on the Bar Foundation. Happy to have you with us, Sarah.
Thank you. What an honor. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir because the Texas Bar Foundation was started by people just like you. 1965, 255 lawyers got together and said, we can do more. And look what we're doing today. What is that? 65, 50-some years later, the Texas Bar Association has distributed over $28 million in grants throughout the state to nonprofits that meet our mission. But as I stand here, I think I've got so many supporters in this room. I've got past chair trustees, or past trustees chairs, our very own Steve Benish. Little do you know, he served 5 minutes as chair because he got elevated, but he worked really hard for the foundation and continues to do so before Texas lawyers voted him in to his current position. Cindy Tisdale, past trustees chair, worked tirelessly for the Texas Bar Foundation. But we have others in the room. We've got a liaison from the Texas Bar, David Courageous. And then we have a liaison from the young lawyers, Hashim, Marcy, am I close? Close, Mashant. They sit through our meetings, they add their energy, and I will tell you, the Texas young lawyers are part of the real gusto of the Texas Bar Foundation, because almost every year we get the privilege of funding their project. But we haven't just funded projects for the Texas Young Lawyers. Over the years, we've funded $1.7 million in joint projects with the Texas Bar Association. So how do we get this done? Well, we get this done because over the years, we've been able to build a corpus. We have $40 million in our corpus. I will tell you, when the financial officers give their report, I sit there going, oh, that's that whole time management of money over time. I mean, you see this graph of the money just, building. And what's really interesting, though, is over these years, we've collected about $27 million in funds from our fellows and distributed $28 million and built a corpus of 40. So, we've got some really strong financial management going on as we do such great things in our communities throughout Texas. But why am I really here? I'm really here to make sure that every one of y'all are a fellow of the Texas Bar Foundation, and if you're not, I will be happy to personally nominate you. Also, though, I want to encourage you to be, once you fulfill your commitment of the $2,500, you become a Life Fellow of the Texas Bar Foundation. We've got a special category for each and every one of us called Sustaining Life Fellow. And so as a Sustaining Life Fellow, you finish your commitment and you keep paying. What a concept, right? But what's really good about that is for every Sustaining Life Fellow contribution, it goes directly into our grant funds that we can give out every year. This year, we are going to give out $1.6 million in grants. And our next grant cycle is July 15th. And so one of the asks is for you to go out into your community and talk to your nonprofits that you support, identify a legal component, and encourage them to come to the Texas Bar Foundation, go to our website, fill out the application, and let's be part of the good work they do, okay? So your responsibility, in addition to being a fellow and considering being a Sustaining Life Fellow, is to reach out to your community and let your nonprofits know about the Texas Bar Foundation. Go to our website, look how easy it is to apply for a grant, and also review the fabulous grants that we have given out this year and the last few years. Going back to the fellows, though, I have one other point of information. How do we get these fellows? Well, first of all, it's by nominations. You've got to be the best of the best to be nominated as a Texas Bar Foundation Fellow. And I will tell you, as I reach out to people, I get these incredible responses like, me? Are you serious? I'm like, absolutely, write the check, okay? But it is an honor, okay? But what a strategy, right? You build a corpus by honoring people. And so this year, as chair of the fellows, my only job is to make sure that we reach our goal of 485 fellows. And this happens because of the incredible staff we've got with the Texas Bar Foundation, but also because, like the Texas Bar, we're divided up into 17 districts, and we have chairs in the 17 districts and committees that each undertake a goal to identify those outstanding lawyers, to nominate them to be a Texas Bar Foundation Fellow. And a shout out to our state bar president-elect candidates. Both David and Deborah currently serve as chairs of their nominating committee in their district, and both of them in their district have already met their goal. So let's hand it to the Texas Bar. I mean, we know how to pick our winners, don't we? Yes. Yes, and I want to thank everybody who's participated. I was talking to Deanna Gonzalez last night, and I understand she worked on the Houston nominating chair for years. I know there's others in the room. And if you're not in on the secret, if you haven't had the opportunity to serve on the Texas Bar Foundation Board, it is one of the plum, it is probably the plum appointment. So let me build a little competition in there for everybody, okay? And so I'm just gonna close by thanking everybody for their support and participation of the Texas Bar Foundation. I want to remind you that our annual dinner is the Friday after the annual meeting. It's in San Antonio at the JW Marriott. We will be giving out 8 awards to the best of the best. The nomination process is, the submission of the nominations was January 15th. So our board will be actively going through the nomination and selecting individuals to receive these awards. And so I hope you all will be there. So what did I ask? I asked, be a fellow, be a Sustaining Life Fellow, go out into your community, find nonprofits that can benefit and be part of the Texas Bar Foundation, and see you in June at our dinner. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah Dysart, Fellows Chair, Texas Bar Foundation? Okay. Next up is Judge Audrey Moorhead, Chair of the Texas Center for Legal Ethics.
Just checking, see if y'all are ready. Yeah, go ahead, yeah, absolutely. Chair Stafford, President Benesh, and dearly beloved, and our President-elect, Santos Vargas. It is so good to be home. I love this bar, not that bar. Well, anyway, I love this bar. And it was such an honor and a privilege for me to serve and to sit where you all have the honor and privilege to sit today. I hope you really appreciate the opportunity, because when that 3rd year rolls around and you're walking into your last meeting, it hits you right here and you're gonna miss it. And I'm gonna manufacture some kind of way to get back on this board at some point. I promise you I will. If I have to write a statute myself, I will change the bylaws. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna figure it out. I wanna take, before I get into this report real quickly, I need to say that when I was on this board, I got the opportunity to serve on lots of committees. I don't know if it was a DEI initiative or what, but I was on every committee. I was down here 3 or 4 times a month before the board meeting. And one of the committees was the hiring committee. And I feel completely and totally responsible for the hiring of the greatest executive director of a bar association in the universe, Trey Apfel. So blessed to have him. But we are also blessed to have the best state bar staff across this country. And I can say that because I am very active in the American Bar Association. I have the opportunity to visit bar associations all over this country, and they are phenomenal. So thank you all for your hard work. For those of you who may not be familiar with the Texas Center for Legal Ethics, we were founded in 1989 by 3 Supreme Court justices, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Robert Calvert, Joe Greenhill, and Jack Pope. And we were incorporated at the same month that the Texas Lawyers Creed was issued by the Supreme Court and the Texas Court of Appeals. And our mission is to promote the highest standards of ethics and professionalism. And I want to give you a few highlights of what we are doing to fulfill that mission. We talked a little bit already about the changing of the name of the guide course to the Justice James A. Baker Guide to Ethics and Professionalism in Texas Court. And I believe that Justice Evan Young has gone to issue sanctions to somebody, because that order, as Chair Stafford identified, was given in 2015 with the direction that the order renaming the guide course to the Justice James A. Baker Guide to Ethics and Professionalism in Texas would be accomplished be immediately undertaken. I don't know what immediately, I don't know, lawyers are funny with their words. So 2015 and immediately is 2025. But if he's going to issue some sanction to you people, I don't know what to say. You know, I've done my best. The Justice James A. Baker Guide to Ethics and Professionalism course since 1996 has been required by the Supreme Court of Texas to be given to all newly licensed lawyers in Texas. And last year, the center provided professional education to over 3,800 new lawyers. So we're really pretty proud of that. We also give out the Chief Justice Jack Pope Professionalism Award. Of course, Chief Justice Jack Pope was the first recipient in 2009. Some of the other recipients have been Justice Harriet O'Neill, Judge Patrick Higginbotham, Nina Cortell, Chief Justice Carolyn Wright, Dr. William J. Chris, and David Keltner, Lynn Liberato, and last year the award was given to Warren Harris, past president of the American Academy of Appellate Lawyers and Texas Supreme Court Historical Society. He continues to be in charge of the appellate practice at Bracewell. Go Bracewell. We also, for your knowledge, we give out local bar professionalism awards. In addition to the Pope Award, the center sponsors and covers the cost of several local bar associations awards for professionalism, including those given in the Austin Bar Association, the Dallas Bar Association, and the Jefferson County Bar Association. If your bar association would like to sponsor, have the Texas Center for Legal Ethics sponsor an award for you all, please reach out to our office. We also do the Ethics to Go webinars. These webinars are done monthly online CLE presentations that provide 1 hour of ethics credit. And recent programs include dealing with difficult clients, how do I keep my sanity? We have ethics quizzes. We did 35, we're gonna do 35 years of the Texas Lawyers Creed. That's celebrating that anniversary. I want you all to, I'm putting out a bolo, or be on the lookout for my interview of Chief Justice Hecht prior to his retirement. You gotta watch it. You gotta see it to believe it. To see me and Chief Justice Hecht just chopping it up. It was something for the record books. So that should be coming out probably in February. We also do the Ethics Question of the Month. And since 2018, the Center's Ethics Question of the Month has been featured in the Texas Bar Journal. It's probably not nearly as popular as Trey's article that he does. That's the only thing I read seriously is whatever Trey has to say. But as I've heard, that Ethics Question of the Month is the second most read feature in the Bar Journal. And so we're very, very proud of the readership. Other CLE programs that we do, the center receives numerous requests for ethics speakers, both across the state and nationally. And our policy is to provide or locate appropriate speakers for each one. We have a great faculty. I've been on the Texas Center for Legal Ethics faculty for maybe 13 or 14 years. And we have a pretty deep bench. So if your bar association would like a speaker to come and speak for you, we will either, and everybody wants me. I truly try to accommodate. I do. I'm gone all the time. But we have a great bench of some great speakers. So if you need a speaker, you've gotten a little tired of recycling the same people in Edinburgh, I will come to Edinburgh. Yes, I will. But we will provide that. And so we will be having on our website an opportunity for people, if they're looking for speakers, they can put in a request. And we will try to respond to all of those requests. The center primarily receives requests from Houston, Dallas, and we've been to Austin, San Antonio. And I've been to Marble Falls, yes, Bryan College Station, Angleton, El Paso. I've spoke at Tyler 3 times, but that's because probably I'm from Tyler, so they love me. And we want to be able to support the bar associations in what they need. We also receive invitations to present at national conferences, and so we presented in this past year in Missouri, Florida, and San Francisco. We also do the early morning ethics segment at the State Bar of Texas annual meeting. So if I do that, I am probably on about 4 shots of espresso and raw coffee beans, but it's a good time. It's a good time. We regularly respond to inquiries by phone and through our websites from attorneys seeking guidance on ethics issues. We respond as best we can by pointing them to various resources for research articles or to the State Bar's Free Ethics Library. We don't provide any legal advice on specific matters, but we do direct them to the State Bar's Ethics Helpline for guidance and other resources. We also provide support to the law schools. I've gone to speak to several law schools for new student orientation to talk about professionalism and getting them involved in the state bar early. And so that's part of a lot of our commitment is to the law schools. We support the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program. We've been a long-time supporter of that program, and we provide a free Ethics to Go program titled A Conversation with the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program. We have one coming up in next month with Michelle Fontenot, and we are proud of that program. And the November Ethics to Go program is always devoted to a program titled Maintaining Your Sanity in Your Practice During the Holiday Season. We do support the Access to Justice programs because Harriet Myers is from Dallas, and so that's what we have to do in order to survive. The center supports ATJ by devoting a segment of the Justice James A. Baker Guide to Ethics and Professionalism Access to Justice programs. We do free ethics CLE programs on the website devoted solely to pro bono opportunities in Texas, and Beverly Guyby is one of our favorite presenters on that program. We also support the State Bar of Texas Bar Leaders Conference. We participate in that, either providing speakers or having a resource table. And I want to share with you that the legalethicstexas.com website, the center's website, was the recipient of the Communicator Award for the Best Law and Legal Services Distinction Award in 2024 for its website. Really proud of that. And I'm going to close by 2 things. Is one, we're celebrating the 35th anniversary of the Texas Center for Legal Ethics. This year, we will be hosting a reception celebrating this great accomplishment. It's going to take place at the State Bar of Texas annual meeting. I hope you all will come to that reception and come by a booth to say hello. And all the things that we've accomplished in these 35 years, particularly in the past 16 to 20, have been due to our great, incredible staff, including Teresa Shedler and Angie Olson. But I took this job on, and I called Steve Finish, and I was telling him that I had been on this board for a while, and it was rocking and rolling. It was really great. We were doing good, and we didn't have a whole lot of controversy. It wasn't a whole lot to do. But then I get the board chair position, and the executive director decides to retire. I'm not offended by that. It was not me. I become chair of the board. He decides to retire. We have to do a strategic plan, which I started in October. And then, so we're doing a search. We're having to look at our bylaws again to make sure they're in alignment with the strategic plan. And I was just going on and on about that to him. And he was just so kind and so patient in his spirit. And he said, Audrey, you are not buried, you are planted. And so I have decided I will grow where I'm planted, and I will receive this mission. And I want you all, if you see Jonathan Smaby, he has been the director when he's retiring in May after nearly 16 years. And the Center's Board of Trustees is currently overseeing the search for his successor. And if we come by and see us at the reception, we will certainly be honoring him and his service to the bar. I appreciate all of you, all the hard work that you do, And I am going to leave here and give you some advice from the Texas Center for Legal Ethics. It's what I give the defendants in my specialty court. When you leave, make good choices. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge Moorhead, and thank you for all the work that you're doing. Are there any comments or questions? Now we'll hear from TYLA President Hisham Masri, who will provide us some updates on the Texas Young Lawyers Association.
Howdy, y'all.
Howdy.
How's everyone doing this afternoon? Great. So hopefully everyone is still awake after lunch. I know it was a heavy lunch. Let's see if this is going to work. Hopefully the slideshow will go a little bit better. Woo! All right, got it on the line. Thanks, Lo. Appreciate your help. So I got some complaints about the last presentation I did. I had used some gaming themes. I used League of Legends, Modern Game, and everyone's like, what is that? And so this time I used some pixelated art from a video game, which I thought would be a lot more thematic for the group. No, I don't say old, I say experienced, just for the record. So, but it is at least on theme. We're keeping the gaming theme, make sure we're still having fun this year, and hopefully the slides will show that. Now, we do got an agenda. We got a couple of things I want to cover with y'all here for this report. Nominations, our TYLA nominations, our slate of officers, some ABA YLD reports, because I did not keep good notes from our last meeting, some project updates as far as what your TYLA board has been up to since September, a couple of our board meetings, and some board activities. So the TYLA Nominations Committee, led and chaired by TYLA Immediate Past President Laura Pratt, met and recommended the following slate of officers: Ashton Barano Butcher of Dallas and Armin Salick of Austin for President-elect, Sushant Mohan of Houston and Chase Newsom of Dallas for Chair-elect, Janae Duran of El Paso and Hannah Lee of College Station for Vice President, Anita Akpan of Houston and Garrett Brawley of Houston for Secretary, Ruby Boone of Victoria and Garrett Couts of Lubbock for Treasurer. And they're all on the left side. Now, our elections work a little bit faster than y'all. We do ours electronically, and we've already elected most of our officers. Our board elected Janae Duran, Anita Akpan, Ruby Boone, and Chase Newsom for office. The general membership, of course, will elect the president along the state bar candidates in April or May. We're excited and grateful for the volunteers and that work to improve our bar for all of us. So before I go to the next slide, so I asked Director Laura Pratt about whether I had shared with this body our ABA YLD awards from the past year, which were awarded in August 2024 at the ABA meeting. Neither of us were able to recall. So we thought this would serve as a great reminder of all of the awesome things your ABA or your TYLA board does. Yes, Laura's holding all the awards because TYLA last year won all the awards in every category. So please join me in either congratulating for the first time, or again, I don't really remember, Director Pratt for an incredible year. Now on to project updates. What has your board been up to? And I've got 2 slides for this. The first one, the national trial competition. Regionals will be this next month. And they're currently ongoing right now. We need volunteers for the final rounds in Houston. So if you all have any folks in Houston who'd be interested in judging, you do get MCLE credit now, as you all heard earlier today. We're celebrating our 50th anniversary of the competition. We intend to have a celebration of that at the competition in Houston. And our paper chase, which is our writing competition where we partner with Baylor, where those winners will be announced on January the 28th. For our programming committee, we've got 4 podcasts recorded, and we're with 7 more planned. For our completed podcasts, and these are ones you can listen to right now, we have one about how to be successful as a small city attorney or a civil litigator in our Young Gunners podcast. We've completed one about estate planning and practice areas 101, and we've completed a Women in the Law for our Shiro podcast. Again, we have upcoming ones with our law school deans, our law firm partners, contract, and energy law transition. We've also, this committee, created a board game. Now, I know that's very on theme. As inspired by Loteria, we have a version of Loteria that's intended for grade age students, mostly in elementary school, that would teach them about the law through this fun and interactive game. Finally, for the programming committee, please join us on April 17th, since I won't have a chance to tell y'all before that next meeting. We are having a movie ethics trivia event. It will be virtual and online. It's usually well received and usually a lot of fun. I don't know what movies we're using this year, but we usually take major movies like My Cousin Vinny or Legally Blonde, take scenes out of those movies and ask ethical questions, whether what they are doing, and they are often not ethical, through this program. It's usually a lot of fun. All right, for our other committees, our Public Service Committee has interviewed and recorded Richard Miles and Professor Shara Watley for additional material to our website. The February issue of the Texas Bar Journal actually discussed this particular interview. This is I say recent, it was about 15 years ago. He's an exoneree from Texas, and I'll have a picture later up about him, who was wrongfully convicted in Dallas, exonerated by Texas Court of Criminal Appeals later, and then created a foundation called Miles for Justice, where he helps recently incarcerated or recently released individuals really get back into the community. And he's done a lot in his life, and he talks a lot about his wrongful conviction around the country, and how that has made a huge impactful influence on his life. I had watched Mr. Miles give a presentation a couple of years ago, and I'd asked him to, as part of, after his presentation, was to record a video for us so that we could add it for TYLA's past Bar Foundation project and Justice for All. As an added benefit, the attorney that represented him was Professor Shara Watley of UNT Law, and she was kind enough to sit down for an interview with us as well and discuss her experience representing Mr. Miles and his exoneration and kind of the impact it's had in her life, and how we could do more good as lawyers in the public. Speaking to access to justice, a couple of the major things that we're doing here with this committee is we're creating a guide on how to do pro bono immigration cases. We have guides already available on how to do a pro bono family law case, how to do a pro bono criminal case. This is an added resource. We know that immigration is really a large section of the law where folks need help in handling those types of cases, and where we tend to have a justice gap and being able to help those individuals. Additionally, along those same lines, Santos, I'll share the password with you later. We are creating disaster relief guides. So we already currently have one. So whenever a disaster occurs in the state of Texas, TYLA, through its ABA Young Lawyer Division representatives, partners with the State Bar to provide resources in disaster hit areas. As an initiative, we are taking the disaster relief guides that we have. We've consolidated in this past year between federal and state guides, and we are going to translate them into 5 additional languages so that they are available regardless of the area of the state that's hit, and that they're immediately available, because going and trying to take an English guide and translating it into Spanish on the same day is going to be very difficult. I believe we already have it in Spanish. The languages we're looking at are, and I don't recall all of them, I remember French and Arabic, and that's not going to help much. So hopefully we have those done before the next meeting. Next is our Texas Law Student Hub. This is our Texas Bar Foundation project this year. We're finalizing the videos. We're actually recording videos today in Houston, as well as Dean Humphrey out of Texas Tech. And so we're excited for that. We'll have a final product to show y'all in the spring. This is that project that's intended to encourage prospective law students to go to law school and help current law students once they're there. All right, so before we go to the next slide, Laura Pratt awed you with the sheer number of volunteer hours our board contributed to serve the needs of Texans in our state. Y'all don't need to hear from me. Trust me, our board is really committed to doing the same amount of work as you heard last year on this board. So I instead will feed your dopamine urges and hopefully keep you off Instagram for 5 minutes with my slideshow of your TYLA's board's great work over the past quarter. And yes, there's a whole bunch of pictures. So the first thing is our law school scholarships. These are the 3 students from UT Law, UNT Law, and St. Mary's who won first, second, and third in that order for their really incredible work and what they've contributed to the bar, and they've continued to done. I could go on for probably 30 minutes, and y'all are not interested in hearing me do that. We have all of their bios, like a short snippet about their accomplishments on our social media. So this is a plug to go follow TYLA on its social media. But all three are very well deserving students, and we're really happy to continue to support this scholarship year after year. All right, TYLA around Texas. First is our November board meeting. Let me see if that's easy to see. So first, at each of our board meetings, we try to incorporate a service project that's really intended to serve the bar. At our November board meeting in San Antonio, we had our CASA book drive. The TYLA board collected books. We always have a big city versus small city, Hicks versus Licks competition to see who collects more books. I'll tell y'all, candidly, in the years I've been on the board, the Hicks always win. And they did in this particular case. So they clearly had more books. But we were really happy to support that initiative and support Casa San Antonio with this particular book drive. Additionally, at this event, we have, one of my initiatives this year is really to give back to the TYLA board by inviting past TYLA leadership to our board meetings and asking them to talk about their experiences on the TYLA board and how that's impacted their careers going forward. So pictured in that photo, you have past presidents Sylvia Cardona and Sam Houston, past chair John Shaw, and past director Nick Gwynn. And we may all recognize from different other initiatives around the state. You have our board photo. We took one while we were there in our TYLA sweaters that you saw me sporting last night. Sweatshirts, I apologize, Director Martinez. I'll eventually get this right, y'all. Unlikely. And then additionally, we recognize two of our directors Stevenson and Lark, for their incredible contributions for that quarter. At our January board meeting, which occurred about 2 weeks ago in College Station, whoop 'em. First, we've got our service project here was with Texas Legal Answers. We partnered with Texas Legal Answers to provide about, I believe the final count was 55 free pro bono legal answers from our board during the course of the board meeting. And in this particular case, the Slicks won with more answers than the Hicks. Now, that probably is attributable to one particular director on our board, but we've got and really trying to help out at each of these events. In addition to that, this is our nominations meeting. This is where we nominate our slate of candidates. And our panel here were past presidents Michael Ritter, Bailey Rhodes, and Director Harrison. And finally, we took our EC photo, which is on our right. That's your officers for the TYLA board. All right, so board activities around TYLA. First, the Texas Bar Foundation's meeting in Austin, Texas. We've got a ton of leadership even within this room in that photo. And y'all heard earlier from Judge Bullard about the partnership amongst different sections of the State Bar of Texas. And so this was a collaboration. The Liz Cantu had reached out to us about having the Women in Law section partner with TYLA to create a CLE about the first years of practice, or starting off your practice right. If I recall correctly, we had about 500 attendees to this particular program. So the turnout was quite incredible. This is something that both myself and Director Pratt participated in. And if you lead sections, if you're involved in sections, and you'd like TYLA to partner with you on similar types of initiatives, we would love to do so. Whether it's one of us three or another one of the directors on our board, we love working with different sections of the bar, and we really think it provides a lot of impact and outreach to the board. You saw a couple of photos earlier. Yes, we were at the Texas Minority Council program. Standing beside me are two other TYLA directors. One is Armin Salek from Austin, who you heard earlier is running for president-elect of the state of TYLA, and then Amir Sadiq of Houston. To the right of that is the new lawyers, was it to the right? Yes. To the new lawyers induction ceremony with several of the folks here. I used the same picture that President Benish used as well from that induction. And then standing above that picture are probably the greatest assets to TYLA, that is Tracy and Michelle, two of the staff that support TYLA. So grateful for them as well. Unfortunately, we missed Bree that day. All right, so again, on the left, this was shortly after the new lawyers induction. You have the Board of Law Examiners Committee on Legal Education and Admissions Reform, standing with Chief Justice Hecht and Steve Benish. And then to the right, that is a picture from from the litigation section's fall retreat, where the picture is kind of small for me, but you probably see at least Director Kate Browning and Director Laura Pratt in there, and if I'm missing others, I apologize. And then we've been at several of your Texas law schools. We've been to the University of North Texas, where we presented Civility for All. That is me standing with Professor Fontaine and our law student division representative. I went to SMU for a fall networking panel for the Middle Eastern and South Asian Law Student Association. And then both myself and President-elect Santa Vargas presented via Zoom to the University of Houston's 1L reorientation program, which occurs about a month after the 1L year started. And if I recall correctly, we had about 150 students at that program just talking about the benefits of serving the bar. We were also at the University of Texas for their Student Resource Fair. I attended the Texas A&M Alumni Legacy Awards, and then Director Martinez attended Thurgood Marshall's Journey to JD program at the same time. These are the photos from the Richard Miles interview in Dallas. We have past TYLA President Barrett Thomas up there, who had interviewed Mr. Miles. Our committee chair, Rosalind Lark, who helped facilitate this, and who's one who interviewed Professor Watley. On the right side, it's a picture you've already seen. It's from the Zafrini Justice Center in Laredo. We have President Benish and Director Martinez, as well as Harry Myers. The DA Wiles Bolton Ball. Standing in the middle is Ashton Barano Butcher, another one of our TYLA President-elect candidates, and Chase Newsom, who is just recently was elected our chair-elect of our board. On the right, the Houston Young Lawyers Foundation Uncorked event. On the left, the Houston Young Lawyers Holiday Networking event, and on the right, the investiture of David Hill in West County, and standing beside him is chair-elect of the TYLA board, Dave Hagan. I believe this was the first new judge of this particular court. I think it was in 29 years. It was a very large number of years before that court had changed. Now I make you all consider changing your careers and going into a different aspect of the law. The next couple of slides are from our director, Armin Salek, where he is the head and executive director of his own nonprofit, the Youth Justice Alliance. And so he is very active around the state with law students in the legal community to a very large degree. So truly, I could probably fill an entire slideshow with pictures just of him. But he's a director here out of Austin, and he shared a couple of slides that I wanted to share as well. One was a pickleball networking event with the Austin Young Lawyers event and the Youth Justice Alliance. And then in the center, you have him with the mock trial competition here in Austin. And then on the right are two of his former fellows with Justice Karen Crump at her investiture. More things from Austin. It's ridiculous, y'all. And beside Armin is our director, Sarah Harp, who's the immediate past president for the Austin Young Lawyers Association. And she has a lot in common with Director Castle in that she loves to take pictures. And we have more pictures of Director Harp probably than any other director, because we have them from like every event. And so, spoil riches, right? On the far left is the AYLA Pro Bono Fall Fest. In the middle is AYLA's 5K that was benefiting CASA. And on the right is AYLA's Evening with the Judiciary. We have several of our directors at each of those events. AYLA tips from the federal clerks. Again, Sarah Harp and past director Jenna. In the center, we have the Corpus Christi Young Lawyers event called Name a Bear Workshop, where they create bears and donate them to the local CASA down there to support their initiatives. And on the right is our director from Victoria, Ruby Boone, where they were awarding Judge Jack W. Marr with their Legacy Awards. So hopefully, y'all can see that the amount of work that your TYLA board not only does on their actual committees through our actual projects every year, but within even their local communities. And the hope is, as you heard President Benish say, is that we are intending to be in the community, being involved in our communities. And so if y'all have events where you would like our TYLA directors there, we would love to be involved where you are located and support the initiatives that y'all have around the state. True to being Batman and Robin, it's been a pleasure serving as your president of the Texas Young Lawyers Association and as a director on this board. And if I can support y'all in any of the initiatives as we wrap up and we head towards the finish line of this great year, please let me know. With that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Hisham Masri. Any questions for Hisham? Thank you again. Judge McClure, you have the floor regarding a Court of Criminal Appeals update.
Good afternoon, everyone. Beloved. So we've had a lot of change in the last couple weeks on our court. We welcomed 3 new members. Their investiture was on January 2nd. And everyone always asks me, how's it going? How's it going? And the funny thing is, if you look at our hand down, which is every Wednesday, our decisions come out. We had 2 opinions on Wednesday, and we were both 9 to nothing unanimous, like the first time they were up. So hopefully that bodes well for what we're doing. Those of you who may have been following the news know Judge Newell, who's on our court, is not going to run for re-election in 2026. So we went from a pretty stable court to, like, our class photo might be unrecognizable in January of 2027 if you compare it to the one that we took all together when I got on the court in 2021. So, you know, change is always in the air, and everybody's learning how to deal with the new reality. We have oral argument February 5th, so if you're in town on the 5th and want to see some hot appellate action, please come to the court. And then I often give this talk. We will probably go on the road and have oral argument. The last time I saw y'all in Lubbock, we were preparing for an oral argument in Alpine, which was great. It was at the beginning of October, and so we were looking to recreate that. I don't know where we're gonna go, but I imagine it will be not one of the bigger cities. So if, I'll let you know in April where we go. But I'd encourage you to come. There's usually a CLE program as well, and it's a good way to meet the rest of us. I mean, obviously you guys see me at these meetings, but to meet the rest of us, not in a stiff formal setting, and I think you would enjoy that. Anyway, as always, if you're in Austin, especially on a Tuesday or Wednesday, give me a call if you want to come see the court. Have a Topo Chico or something else in my office. But again, I love being on here. Thanks for continuing to indulge my presence here. And had a great time with you guys last night. Good to see all of you again here today, and looking forward to seeing you in April. Again, anytime you're in Austin, or if you have any questions, not about a pending case, that you think I can answer, always feel free to give me a call. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge McClure. Any questions, comments? Okay. Now we'll hear from Judge Bill Miller with the Judicial Section report.
Thank you, Chair Stafford. Quick judicial section report. We have, our section, our annual year is a little bit different than the rest of the bar because we have our annual meeting in September instead of June, and so that's when our officers take over, is in September. We've had 2 meetings, have a 3rd meeting that's going to be set up for March. One of the things that the judicial section has been working on is getting ready for the legislative session that's just started. We anticipate that there's going to be lots and 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 a few more bills that are going to be filed. If you don't know, the legislature has filed a record number of bills so far this year. No telling how they're going to manage to be able to get to those bills, but that process is just starting. The section is evaluating as best we can those bills and how it's going to impact both the judiciary as well as the lawyers that are going to be out there having to deal with those. The section continues with its section hotline, its ethics hotline. So judges can call in and have opinions from our committee. We have started 2 new programs in order to try and build up the section's membership. There are over 1,100 members of the judiciary, or 1,100 members of the section that the state bar are part of the state bar. There's more than 1,100 judges in Texas, and so we continue to try and increase our membership. but we have created a form bank for orders that the judges can use, as well as a new program that's kind of phone a friend. We're calling it Judicial Sidebar, so that if a judge runs into an issue, they can call another judge and say, sort of talk that out if it comes up, whether it's an ethics issue or an issue about a law. Our mission is and has been to work to improve the quality of justice in Texas, examine issues affecting the judicial system, foster public education about the judicial system, promote dialogue and collaboration among the judges, and discuss matters that concern the judges in the state of Texas. And we will continue to do that. Obviously, for the judiciary, one of the big issues that is before the legislature at this point is compensation. We continue to monitor the legislators as they have submitted both of their budget bills, and we'll start budget hearings on Monday, and we will be there and watching and to some extent participating. The Supremes will be participating, as well as our Courts of Appeals justices. Chair, that's my report for the judicial section.
Thank you, Judge Miller. Any comments or questions for Judge Miller? Our Federal Judicial Liaison, Judge Jeff Brown, will now provide his report.
Good afternoon. I've got a brief report for you. When I was here when we were in Lubbock in September, I told you about a piece of legislation in Congress called the Judges Act, which would have created 63 new federal judgeships across the country over a period of 10 years. And the purpose behind that, behind spreading it over 10 years, was so that no president would get too many appointments to himself or herself. When we met in September, it had already passed the Senate unanimously. The House was dragging its feet on taking it up, waited until after the election to do so. Once the election came out the way it did, the White House announced that it would veto the bill if it got passed. The House passed it, bipartisan. Lots of sponsors from both parties. And the White House did exactly what the White House said it would do. It vetoed the bill. So back to the drawing board on that one. And it really was a shame, because especially in Texas, our border courts need some more judges. Another election-related development, where we are about to need 4 new U.S. attorneys in Texas. And it's tradition that it's a presidential appointment. And it's tradition for a U.S. attorney to resign when the president changes. So it's a presidential appointment, but it will start with the senators. If they have not already, the 2 senators will put out a press release seeking applications, and those applications will be taken up by the senators' Federal Judicial Evaluation Committee, which is a bipartisan committee of lawyers who do the initial vetting for those posts, as well as for all of the judicial vacancies that I told you about back in September. And all of that's about to get underway, I'm sure. Last thing I'll tell you about is in December, 5 amendments to the federal rules of evidence went into effect. And if you want to know about those, there is a free webinar on Tuesday put on by the litigation section of the State Bar, featuring yours truly. And it's at noon on Tuesday, so I encourage you to tune in. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Judge Brown. Are there any questions or comments for Judge Brown? Next up is our out-of-state lawyer liaison, Rob Addy, sorry.
No, this is the one everybody is waiting for. 30, 40 minutes tops, so just relax. I wanted to talk about everybody's favorite subject, bar dues, because we just had a bar due, dues were increased here, and I wanted to do a little research about where we where Texas fits in nationally, and some changes that other bar associations across the country are implementing. I wanted to let everybody know about. So I looked at an ABA survey that was conducted in 2024 to look about what bar dues are nationally. In Texas, the reported total cost of practice law back then was $300. As of June 1st, it'll be $323. And I think the headline is that it's still actually a pretty good deal when you compare us to peer states and other regional states. So for example, the average for all bar associations across the South, we're considered part of the South, is $340, so we're substantially below that. Comparable states like California charge $463 a year. The District of Columbia, which actually is about the same size, they have a mandatory bar, charge $331. Colorado, where I'm from, $400, which I'm gonna talk to them about. And we are more expensive than Florida. Florida is $265, but it's Florida. So in any event, there are a lot of changes happening across the country with the way bar dues are paid, and thought about that same report from 2024 said that about 50% of voluntary bar associations, state voluntary bar associations, have made changes or are planning to make changes. Obviously, voluntary bar associations are much more subject to people deciding they're just not going to pay that if they don't want to, right? But it's not just voluntary bar associations. Mandatory state bars, according to the study, 63% of mandatory state bar associations with 40,000 or more members, so our category, are either implementing or considering dues changes. And the traditional structure, the way that bar dues have been paid, are that you have sort of an annual dues that are mandatory or that everybody pays, and then you have voluntary contributions like Access to Justice, and then people pay for section memberships, and then on top of that they might pay for CLE courses. So it's sort of this unbundled approach. And there was an article recently that talked about bar associations, mostly local bar associations, moving to a more unified model, something that's, I call the Amazon Prime approach, where, for example, in Cleveland, the Cleveland Metropolitan Bar Association launched something called Bar One in 2020 for a flat rate of, I think it's $500 a year, which is very expensive if you're a lawyer in Cleveland. You not only get the membership, but you get unlimited CLE, unlimited section membership, and other benefits. The New York State Bar Association has something similar that they just launched this year, where for a set fee you get unlimited live and on-demand CLE, and interestingly a monthly payment option, which they said was particularly good at bringing younger lawyers in, because they think of it more of like a subscription. So for young lawyers in New York, now New York's a voluntary bar association, it's $180 a year or $15 a month. And it's not much more than your Netflix subscription or whatever else. And if you get a free CLE option to take unlimited CLEs, then people think that it's a good deal. So, I'm sure there are economists and business people that could probably model how that might work. But, I gotta wonder if, bundling the price together might lead in the end to better economic outcomes for all bar associations, right? If you don't have to sit there and choose which sections you're gonna belong to, and if you have, say, a CLE membership, does that make you more likely to take the classes? Or is it like a gym membership where you pay for it and don't use it? Who knows? But I think there's a lot of things we could think about as a board and consider. And that's my update. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob, Addie. Any questions or comments? I'll ask General Counsel Ross Fisher if there is a report. Hearing that there is not, we will move to our Chief Legal Counsel, Chris Ritter.
Yeah, my comments will be brief, but they're going to be in closed session.
Accordingly, it is now 2:37 PM, and the State Bar Board of Directors will now recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel regarding Boudreaux versus Louisiana State Bar Association, Alford versus State Bar of Texas, Turnbull versus Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al., Robbins versus State Bar of Texas et al., Philip Ireland versus State Bar of Texas et al., Winningham versus SBOT et al., and Jacob Barreras versus State Bar of Texas, and legal matters related to 1415 Lavaca, and as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters. With the exception of board members, board liaisons, and section representatives, all others, individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, need to excuse themselves from the closed session. We'll notify the public when we are 5 minutes out from returning to open session.
recharge.
Okay, it is now 2:50 PM and the open session of the Board of Directors Executive Committee, the meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters relating to consultation with legal counsel regarding Bujo versus Louisiana State Bar Association, Alford versus State Bar of Texas, Turnbull versus Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al., Robbins versus State Bar of Texas et al., Philip Ireland versus State Bar of Texas et al., Winningham versus SBOT et al., and Jacob Barreras versus State Bar of Texas, and legal matters related to 1415 Lavaca were discussed. No action was taken in closed section. Now, I'd like to ask Director Stephen Venzor to come lead us in the State Bar of Texas mission statement.
Chair Stafford, thank you for inviting me up to help close out another great meeting. Seeing as how I'm from El Paso, we'll be doing the mission statement in Spanish with the help of a live mariachi band. Just kidding, y'all. So, alrighty, the mission of the State Bar of Texas is to support the administration of the legal system, assure all citizens equal access to justice, foster high standards of ethical conduct for lawyers, enable its members to better serve their clients and the public, educate the public about the rule of law, and promote diversity in the administration of justice and the practice of law.
Muchas gracias. Is there a director who would, Director Nguyen with an N?
Yes. I would be remiss if I didn't inform you that January 29th kicks off the Lunar New Year. It is the year of the snake, and I wanted to make sure I wish that upon you. But you might ask, what is the year of snake? If you don't like snakes like I do, you're thinking you're dreading it. But I looked it up, and actually, year of snake is associated with adaptability, diversity, and lateral growth. And I thought it was so appropriate because David Smith had talked about diversity and that how it pulled him back to serving the state of Bar of Texas. And I want to thank you for embracing my diversity as well, my diverse background. As you noticed, David mentioned a little bit about my background. What I wanted to tell you is my father was studying to be a lawyer in Vietnam, cut short by the war. He was in his 2-year apprenticeship, couldn't finish it. And like many of his classmates, when they came over here, they weren't able to continue practicing law. So the fact that I was able to continue with him or for him, that was great. As soon as he got over the fact that I was not going to be a medical doctor, but that was fine, yeah, right? And so, but what I wanted to share with you is he and his classmates, somehow they all scatter at different parts escaping Vietnam. And last year marked our 45 years of our family's escape from Vietnam. And so it was really exciting. And he somehow and his classmates found themselves again, found each other, and they have now formed an organization of former Vietnamese lawyers in Houston, and they meet regularly, and they have an annual gala in January, to which I got to attend last January wearing my traditional ao dai. And what made me think about is they forged these friendships that were lifelong friendships that had overcome different adversity and differences and all the milestones and found each other again. So with that, this Lunar New Year means refresh, restart, but also ignite and forge friendships within this group. And that's what I'm looking forward to this next year. And so with that, I want to wish you a year of the snake of joy, good health, cherished memories, and lifelong friendships that overcome adversity and all the differences, our differences. So with that, happy Lunar New Year and Year of Snake.
Thank you. Any other comments from directors? Director Courageous.
I will grow to regret this more than likely, but I move that we sing Happy Birthday to Rudy Mateer.
The motion dies for lack of a second.
Do I hear a second?
Yes. All right, I'll start it off. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rudy. Happy birthday to you. We'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, Sloan, so moved. Second? All right. We'll give it to Castle. We stand.